السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
عليكم السلام.
موجود في دبي. Mm,
I'll join in about a minute, Sheikh. I'm just going to run make wudu. Come back.
mm. All right, let's get started. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله وكفى والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى. صلى الله تعالى عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن والاه ما بعد. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. All right, so we are continuing from ayah number 34. I can't hear you. You're muted.
بسم الله الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه من والاه. ولقد جاءكم يوسف من قبل موسى وهو يوسف. is يوسف غير منصرف؟
Yes.
وهو يوسف ابن يعقوب.
So who, this one.
وهو يوسف ابن يعقوب في قول عم عمر إلى زمان موسى أو يوسف بن إبراهيم بن يوسف بن يعقوب في قول البينات بالمعجزات الظاهرات. فما زلتم في شك مما جاءكم به حتى إذا هلك قلتم من غير برهان لا يبعث الله من بعده رسولا. أي آم، فلن تزالوا كافرين بيوسف وغيره كذلك، أي مثل إضلالكم يضل الله من هو مسرف مشرك آه، شاك فيما شهدت به البينات. الذين يجادلون في آيات الله معجزاته مبتدأ بغير سلطان برهان أتاهم كبر جدالهم. خبر المبتدأ مقتا عند الله وعند الذين آمنوا كذلك، أي مثل إضلالهم يختم الله بالضلال على كل قلب متكبر جبار بتنوين قلبي ودونه. ومتى تكبر القلب تكبر صاحبه وبالعكس كل عن القراءتين لعموم الضلال جميع القلب لا لعموم القلوب. وقال فرعون يا هامان ابن لي صرحا بناء عاليا لعلي أبلغ أسباب السماوات طرقها الموصلة إليها فأطلع، بالرفع عطفا على أبلغ وبالنصب جوابا ليبني إلى إله موسى وإني لأظنه أي موسى كاذبا في أن له إلها غيري. وقال فرعون ذلك تمويها وكذلك زين لفرعون سوء عمله وصد عن السبيل طريق الهدى بفتح الصاد وضمها وما كيد فرعون إلا في تباب. Um, وَلَقَدْ جَاءَكُمْ يُوسُفُ مِنْ قَبْلُ, and certainly Yusuf had already come to you before. أي قبل موسى, meaning before Musa, وهو Yusuf, and that is Yusuf the son of Yaqub. في قول, um, like in one statement,
In one opinion,
in one opinion, عمر إلى زمان Musa, that he was given life until the time of Musa. Or Yusuf ibn Ibrahim, or this is Yusuf, the son of Ibrahim, the son of Yusuf, the son of Yaqub. In another opinion, بالبينات, with clear proofs, بالمعجزات, with like miracles, manifest miracles. فما زلتم في شك. But you continued to be in doubt مما جاءكم به, of what they brought, until um, حتى إذا هلك قلتم, until he was like destroyed. حتى إذا هلك قلتم من غير برهان فما زلتم في شك ما جاءكم به. So here halaka, does it mean died?
yeah.
Translation. So um, is there a reason that this word is used like it? Because usually it translates to destroyed, right?
Mhm.
Is there a reason the word halaka is used specifically?
Mm, no, beyond the obvious, that just means death.
Um, Until when he died, حتى إذا هلك قلتم, that you said without any proof, ليبعث الله, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will never send another messenger after him. أي فلن تزالوا, um, that you will never stop disbelieving in Yusuf alayhi salatu wasalam, and other than him. كذلك, um, and so مثل أضلالكم, just as the example of your just as you have been led astray. Yudillu, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will lead astray anyone who turns away, meaning a disbeliever, a polytheist. Murtab, anyone who is like a person of doubt. Shakun, like a person who doubts. Fima shuhidat bihil bayinat, um, after in the clear signs that have been made present or shown to them, or that they have witnessed. الَّذِينَ يُجَادِلُونَ فِي آيَاتِ اللَّهِ, and the people that argue or dispute about the signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, His miracles. That is the mubtada, بِغَيْرِ sultan, without any like proof or warrant, burhan. أَتَاهُمْ كَبُرَ مَقْتًا, after it has come to them, kabura, like they are arrogant and they argue. Um, kabura maqtan translates to that it is like very hateful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and to those that believe. كذلك, and just like how He has led them astray, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will lead them or finish them with misguidance upon every arrogant, tyrannous heart. بتنوين قلبي على كل قلب متكبر جبار. And it can be read like with tanween, meaning على كل قلب, or other than it, meaning as it's shown, على كل قلبي. So how does that work, Sheikh? So if it's a idafa, how would it be qalbin? Is it saying it's not idafa then?
Well, without the إضافة is تنوين. قلب متكبر جبار, then it's موصوف صفة basically. And if it's without a tanween, then it's إضافة.
But so kulli can come into the sentence without an idafa structure. So if you're saying it would be mawsuf sifa.
Well, yeah, then the موصوف صفة becomes the مضاف إليه.
Oh, the whole thing. Okay. وَمَتَى تَكَبَّرَ الْقَلْبِ, and when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala no وَمَتَى تَكَبَّرَ الْقَلْبُ, and when the heart becomes arrogant, تَكَبَّرَ صَاحِبَهُ وَبِالْعَكْسِ, its owner, وَبِالْعَكْسِ, what is عكس again?
Aks means the opposite.
But what does that mean in this context? Its owner and the opposite, meaning the heart?
No, this is referring to the opposite of the sentence that preceded. So when the heart is arrogant, the owner of it is arrogant, and when the owner is arrogant, the heart is arrogant. That's what Aks refers to.
Mhm. وكل على قراءتين, and it's كلي in both of the قراءات لعموم الضلال جميع القلب, um, to point to the misguidance in all of the hearts and not to point to the hearts.
It's not to say hearts in general, but rather the ignorance of the hearts.
Mhm. وقال فرعون يا هامان, and Fir'aun said, O Haman, build for me a tower, بناء عاليا, a very tall structure, لعلي أبلغ الأسباب, that perhaps um, I may reach, it says routes, perhaps I may, لعلي أبلغ الأسباب. Okay, so like the routes or the paths to the heaven. أسباب السماوات طرقها والموصلة, like the paths that are connected to it, فأطلع بالرفع, and it can be read فأطلع, or بالرفع عطفا على أبلغ. Okay, so it can be رفع to أبلغ, or it can be فأطلع, which is the jawab to Ibn, إلى إله موسى, so that I can reach the routes to the Lord, the gods of Musa. وإني لأظنه, and I truly think that he is, meaning Musa, كاذبا, lying, في أن له إلها غيري, about having like a god other than me. And Fir'aun said, وقال فرعون ذلك تمويها, um, and Fir'aun said this in order to disguise it, meaning like give a false impression. وكذلك زين لفرعون سوء عمله وصد عن السبيل, and like that Fir'aun beautified the evil of his actions, and he prevented or blocked, it was blocked from the path, meaning the path of guidance, بفتح الصاد وضمها, so it could be وصد or وصد, and then وما كيد فرعون إلا في تباب, and Fir'aun's plots only ended in loss, خسار.
All right, so one thing that I want to mention before moving forward is this وَلَقَدْ جَاءَكُمْ يُوسُفُ, which Yusuf is being referred here because if you look at the ayat uh, before this, this is continuing according to one opinion. If you look at footnote number 10, this is continuing the statements of the mu'min min ali fir'aun that started on the previous page, ayah number 28. So some have said, وَلَقَدْ جَاءَكُمْ يُوسُفُ مِنْ قَبْلُ is part of the statement of the believer from the family of Fir'aun, or it could be, as the footnote says, min kalami Musa, it could be referring to Musa alayhi salam. So Yusuf had definitely come to you before this, meaning before Musa. Now, one opinion suggests that it's the actual Yusuf, meaning the Yusuf that we call Yusuf alayhi salam, the Prophet Yusuf, and he is the Yusuf, the son of Yaqub, who had lived until the time of who had lived until the time of Musa alayhi salam, Ammara ila zaman Musa. Or this is a Yusuf who is from the descendants of Yusuf alayhi salam, the Prophet. And this is Yusuf bin Ibrahim bin Yusuf bin Yaqub. Okay. So this second Yusuf was a prophet to the Coptics, right? And this is in footnote number 12. He was a he was a prophet to the Coptics, and he had lived amongst them for 20 years as a prophet. So Khattab's translation has a footnote that says, meaning your ancestors. So وَلَقَدْ جَاءَكُمْ يُوسُفُ مِنْ قَبْلُ does not mean literally Yusuf alayhi salam, but rather your ancestors, because Yusuf alayhi salam passed away over 400 years before Musa alayhi salam. So there's a long gap between the death of Yusuf alayhi salam and the birth of Musa alayhi salam, which according to footnote number 11 is about 64 years, right? And obviously it's very difficult for us to make a timeline, because we know that when Yusuf alayhi salam was in Egypt, the kings were still called kings and they were called pharaohs, right? So the pharaoh title came much later and was adopted by the time Musa alayhi salam was born, because his king at that time was called Fir'aun, as in the title Pharaoh. Okay, but Yusuf alayhi salam surah, his story does not mention a Pharaoh, even though it's in Egypt and even though there's a king and he's called a king. And this is historically proven that the title of Pharaoh wasn't always, used by the kings. It started from a certain point onward. So simply put, the Yusuf that's being mentioned here is either metaphorically, the ancestors, or it could refer to a prophet Yusuf that was sent to the Copts, specifically much after the first Yusuf alayhi salam settled in Egypt. Yeah. Okay.
It wouldn't the fuqaha, or not the fuqaha, like the historians and the mufassirun, like I know if the Quran is talking about Yusuf and there's never been any other mention of other Yusufs, why would they have the assumption that it could be a Yusuf other than Yusuf alayhi salam?
Well, there could be other narrations from biblical sources that give this idea. And the fact is, even if you say that, okay, there's nothing to say that there's another Yusuf, then how else do you explain it when clearly there's a long gap between Yusuf alayhi salam and Musa alayhi salam?
But all it's saying is we have certainly sent Yusuf before you, right? It's not saying it was in a near time frame.
Well, it doesn't have to say in the near time frame. Min qablu could be at any time frame.
Yeah.
It's just before you, as in before Musa. So does that mean that the Bani Israel who are now alive and seeing Musa alayhi salam, did they see Yusuf when he was extremely old, right? Maybe, maybe one or two generations before that, perhaps, and that would explain the 46-year gap.
Because the way that when I read this ayah, like it's not talking about like if you're trying to tie together, are you saying like proof of being sent a prophet because it was such a long time frame before? Is that what the issue is? Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
there's no way Yusuf alayhi salam lived until the time of Musa alayhi salam.
Okay. Because I've always just read this as just like eloquence of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala saying you might not even be aware right now, but your own people were sent, right? Yusuf several.
Well, Yusuf alayhi salam wasn't sent to Bani Israel because there was no Bani Israel at that time.
Oh, got it, got it. Okay.
Because the Bani Israel are the descendants of Yusuf and his brothers,
Hmm.
which means that Yusuf alayhi salam as a prophet was sent perhaps more to the Canaanites, maybe his own people, and then maybe the ancient Egyptians whom he lived amongst in Egypt. And then the Bani Israel tribes started receiving prophets as their descendants, because all of the brothers came and settled in Egypt, and that's where the descendants started to live.
Okay. I
So
understand.
very, very literally, Yusuf alayhi salam couldn't have been sent to Bani Israel because there was no Bani Israel to speak of at that time. Right?
Okay. Makes sense. Um, وقال الذي آمن يا قوم اتبعوني بإثبات الياء وحذفها أهدكم سبيل الرشاد تقدم يا قوم إنما هذه الحياة الدنيا متاع تمتع يزول وإن الآخرة هي دار القرار من عمل سيئة فلا يجزى إلا مثلها ومن عمل صالحا من ذكر أو أنثى وهو مؤمن فأولئك يدخلون الجنة بضم الياء وفتح الخاء وبالعكس يرزقون فيها بغير حساب رزقا واسعا بلا تبعة ويا قوم ما لي أدعوكم إلى النجاة وتدعونني إلى النار تدعونني لأكفر بالله وأشرك به ما ليس لي به علم وأنا أدعوكم إلى العزيز الغالب على أمره الغفار لمن تاب لا جرم حقا أن ما تدعونني إليه لأعبده ليس له دعوة في الدنيا أي استجابة دعوة ولا في الآخرة وأن مردنا مرجع مرجعنا إلى الله وأن المسرفين الكافرين هم أصحاب النار. آم، وقال الذي آمن يا قوم اتبعون. And he said to those that believed, O my people, follow me بإثبات الياء. Um, so it could either be اتبعوني, like by stretching it, or اتبعوني.
Yeah, okay.
Um, أهديكم سبيل الرشاد, and I will guide you to the uh, rightly guided way. تقدم, just as has been mentioned before, يا قوم إنما هذه الحياة الدنيا, that all my people, certainly the life of this world is enjoyment, تمتع يزول, um, like comforts which will like disappear or stop. وإن الآخرة, and the hereafter is the place of like qarar, which is like everlasting. And whoever does evil deeds, فلا يجزى إلا مثلها, will not be compensated except um, the like of what they did. And whoever does righteous deeds from men or women, وهو مؤمن, while they are believing, فأولئك, they will be entered into Jannah بضم الياء, so it could be يدخلون or يدخلون. Um, and again, it says وبالعكس. So, like, what is the opposite here it's referring to?
Mhm. So بضم الياء وفتح الخاء would mean فتح الياء وضم الخاء.
Okay, yeah,
So يدخلون and يدخلون.
okay. And they will be provided for without any account or reckoning. Rizqan wasi'a, like abundant provision without any tiring. Um, O my people, mali ad'ukum. What makes me call you to salvation, وتدعونني, and you call me to the fire. تدعونني لأكفر بالله, that you call me to disbelieve um, in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and associate partners with Him without any knowledge. And I call you to the mighty, the one that is sovereign over all affairs, and the one that is forgiving, to one who repents. لا جرم, that there is no doubt, meaning it is true. Um, أنما تدعونني إليه, that which you call me to worship. ليس له دعوة في الدنيا, that like it has for it no call in this world. أي استجابة, or response to its asks or call. ولا في الآخرة, nor in the hereafter. وأن مردنا, and indeed our return, مرجعنا, is to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the people who are wasteful, meaning the disbelievers, will be the people of the fire. فستذكرون إذا عاينتم العذاب ما أقول, and so you will remember إذا عاينتم العذاب, um, you will remember like when you see punishment. What I would When I said to you, وَفَوِّضُ أَمْرِي اللَّهِ, and I entrust my affair to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that He is the one that is all watchful and seeing of His servants. قال ذلك لما توعدوه بمخالفته دينهم فوقاهم الله سيئات ما مكروا به من القتل وحاق نزل بآل فرعون قوم معه سوء العذاب الغرق ثم النار يعرضون عليها يحرقون بها غدوا وعشيا صباحا ومساء ويوم تقوم الساعة يقال أدخلوا يا آل فرعون. وفي قراءة بفتح الحمزة وكسر الخاء أمر الملائكة أشد العذاب عذاب جهنم. um, قال ذلك لما so they said that after they threatened him uh, to change their religion. فوقاه الله سيئات ما مكروا, and so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala like shielded them from the evils that they plotted, meaning from killing, به من القتل وحاق how do I translate this? وحاق بهم سوء العذاب. I have that he was encircled by an evil punishment. Mufti Taqi. Um, and so he was encircled or besieged by the family of the Fir'aun and his people that were with him, Su'ul Adab, a painful or evil punishment, meaning drowning. ثم النار يعرضون, and then the fire that they are exposed to. يحرقون بها, in which they are burnt. غدوا وعشيا, in the morning and the evening, ويوم تقوم الساعة, and on the day when the hour comes, it will be said to them, enter, O family or people of Fir'aun. And in another قراءة, يا بفتح الحمزة وكسر الخاء, so أدخلوا or أدخلوا or أدخلوا, أمر للملائكة, being a command to the angels. أشد العذاب, the most intense or awful punishment, which is the punishment of the fire. واذكر إذ يتحاجون يتخاصم الكفار. في النار فيقول الضعفاء للذين استكبروا إنا كنا لكم تبعا جمع تابع فهل أنتم مغنون دافعون عنا نصيبا جزءا من النار قال الذين استكبروا إنا كل فيها إن الله قد حكم بين العباد فأدخلوا المؤمنين الجنة والكافرين النار وقال الذين في النار لخزنة جهنم ادعوا ربكم يخفف عنا يوما أي قدر يوم من العذاب قالوا أي خزينة تحكما أولم تك تأتيكم رسلكم بالبينات المعجزات الظاهرات قالوا بلى أي فكفرنا بهم قالوا فادعوا أنتم فإنا لا نشفع للكافرين قال تعالى وما دعاء الكافرين إلا في ضلال and mention that when they will be arguing meaning like arguing between the disbelievers in the fire and the weak will say to the arrogant, Inna kunna lakum taban, that certainly we were people that followed you. Jam'u tabi'in, and taba'an is the plural of tabi'in. فَهَلْ أَنْتُمْ مُغْنُونَ And so, who will suffice you, dafi'un, like protect or take refuge in, anna, from your share of the fire. قَالَ الَّذِينَ اسْتَكْبَرُوا And the arrogant will say that indeed, inna kullun fiha, that all of us are in it together. إن الله قد حكم بين العباد and that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has decreed or judged between his servants and he will enter the believers into Jannah and the disbelievers into the fire and those that are in the fire will say وقال الذين في النار لخزنة to the gatekeepers of Jahannam ادعوا ربكم that call on your Lord for we fear the day أي قدر يوم or no, not fear. ادعوا رب so call on your Lord that he lightens lightens this for us today أي قدر يوم or the equivalent of a day the punishment and they will say meaning the gatekeepers that قالوا أي الخزنة تحكمان أولم تكن تأتيكم رسلكم بالبينات that أولم تكن تأتيكم رسلكم بالبينات they will say that had your messengers not been coming to you with clear signs meaning miracles that were manifest قالوا بلى and they said surely أي فكفرنا بهم but we disbelieved in them and so they said قالوا فادعوا so they said keep praying meaning all of you فإنا لا نشفع لكافر for we do not intercede for the disbeliever Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said وما دعا الكافرين إلا في ضلال and that the praying of the disbelievers is like in vain انعدام like it's negated. Zainab, do you want to continue or I can keep going?
I can read. بسم الله. إنا لننصر رسلنا والذين آمنوا في الحياة الدنيا ويوم يقوم الأشهاد جمع شاهد وهم الملائكة يشهدون للرسل بالبلاغ وعلى الكفار بالتكذيب يوم لا تنفع بالتاء والياء الظالمين معذرتهم عذرهم ولو اعتذروا ولهم اللعنة أي البعد من الرحمة ولهم سوء الدار الآخرة أي شدة عذابها ولقد آتينا موسى الهدى التوراة والمعجزات وأورثنا بني إسرائيل من بعد موسى الكتاب التوراة هدى هاديا وذكرى لأولي الألباب تذكرة لأصحاب العقول فاصبر يا محمد إن وعد الله بنصر أوليائه حق وأنت ومن تبعك منهم واستغفر لذنبك ليستن بك وسبح صل متلبسا بحمد ربك بالعشي وهو من بعد الزوال والإبكار الصلوات الخمس. He certainly helped our messengers and the believers in this worldly life and on the day The witnesses will stand forth. Ashhad is the plural of shahid, and it's referring to the angels that will testify for the messengers of their message and against the disbelievers with their denying. The day the wrongdoers' excuses will be of no benefit to them, even if they لو اعتذروا their excuses, if they tried to make excuses.
Yeah.
And ينفعوا or تنفعوا ولهم اللعنة, they will be condemned, meaning be taken far away from mercy, and they will have the worst outcome in the hereafter, meaning the most intense of its punishment. And indeed we gave Musa the true guidance, the Torah and miracles, and made the children of Israel after Musa inherit the scripture, the Torah, as a guide and a reminder to people of reason, a reminder for people of intellect. So be patient, O Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, for Allah's promise of His help to His close servants is true. And you and whoever follows you is from amongst them. Seek forgiveness for your shortcomings so people can take it as a practice after you, and glorify the praises of your Lord morning, which is after Zawal, and evening, meaning the 5 prayers. إن الذين يجادلون في آيات الله القرآن بغير سلطان برهان أتاهم إن ما في صدورهم إلا كبر تكبر وطمع أن يعلو عليك وما هم ببالغيه فاستعذ بالله من شرهم إنه هو السميع لأقوالهم البصير بأحوالهم. Surely those who dispute Allah's signs, meaning the Quran, with no proof given to them, have nothing in their hearts but greed and arrogance for dominance, which they will never attain. So seek refuge in Allah against their evil. Indeed, He alone is the all-hearing of their statements, the all-seeing of their situation. ونزل في منكر البعث لخلق السماوات والأرض ابتداء أكبر من خلق الناس مرة ثانية وهي الإعادة ولكن أكثر الناس أي كفار مكة لا يعلمون ذلك فهم كالأعمى ومن يعلمه كالبصير وما يستوي الأعمى والبصير ولا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات هو المحسن ولا المسيء فيه زيادة لا قليلا ما يتذكرون يتعظون بالياء والتاء تذكرهم قليل جدا إن الساعة لآتية لا ريب شك فيها ولكن أكثر الناس لا يؤمنون بها وقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم أي اعبدوني أثبكم بقرينة ما بعده إن الذين يستكبرون عن عبادتي سيدخلون بفتح الياء وضم الخاء وبالعكس جهنم داخرين صاغرين. And it was revealed regarding the people that reject resurrection, the creation of the heavens and the earth, the first time, is certainly greater than the recreation of humankind. The second time, but most people, meaning the disbelievers of Mecca, do not know that. So they are like the blind, and the one who knows that is like the one who sees. those blind to the truth and those who can see are not equal, nor are those who believe and do good. That is, the muhsin is not equal to those who do evil. There's the addition of la here. Yet they are hardly mindful. It can be يتذكرون or تتذكرون, meaning they're only reminded, they're only mindful, like very little. Yes. The hour is certainly coming. There's no doubt about it, but most people do not believe in it. Your Lord has proclaimed, call upon me and I will respond to you, meaning worship me and I will reward you. And it's connected to what's after it. Surely those who are too proud to worship me will enter the hellfire, fully humbled. Can be read سيدخلون or سيدخلون. الله الذي جعل لكم الليل لتسكنوا فيه والنهار مبصرا إسناد الإبصار إليه مجازي لأنه يبصر فيه. إن الله لذو فضل على الناس ولكن أكثر الناس لا يشكرون الله فلا يؤمنون. ذلكم الله ربكم خالق كل شيء لا إله إلا هو فأنى تؤفكون. فكيف تصرفون عن الإيمان مع قيام البرهان. كذلك يؤفك أي مثل إفك هؤلاء أفك الذين كانوا بآيات الله معجزاته يجحدون. الله الذي جعل لكم الأرض قرارا والسماء بناء سقفا وصوركم فأحسن صوركم ورزقكم من الطيبات. ذلكم الله ربكم فتبارك الله رب العالمين. هو الحي لا إله إلا هو فادعوه اعبدوه مخلصين له الدين من الشرك. الحمد لله رب العالمين. It is Allah who has made the night for you to rest in and the day bright, and the connection of the sight to the day is a metaphor, because one can see in the daytime. Surely Allah is ever bountiful to humanity, but most people are ungrateful to Allah and do not believe. That is Allah, your Lord, the creator of all things. There's no God except Him. How can you then be deluded? How can you then turn away from faith, despite the establishing of proofs? This is how those who used to reject Allah's signs, meaning similar to the rejection of these people, were also deluded. It is Allah who made the earth a place of settlement for you, and the sky a canopy, a roof. He shaped you, perfecting your form, and has provided you with what is good and lawful. That is Allah, your Lord. So blessed is Allah, Lord of all worlds. He is the ever-living. There's no God except Him, so call upon Him, worship Him with sincere devotion. From associating partners with Him. All praise is for Allah, Lord of all worlds. قل إني نهيت أن أعبد الذين تعبدون من دون الله لما جاءني البينات دلائل التوحيد من ربي وأمرت أن أسلم لرب العالمين هو الذي خلقكم من تراب بخلق أبيكم آدم منه ثم من نطفة مني ثم من علقة دم غليظ ثم يخرجكم طفلا بمعنى أطفالا ثم يبقيكم لتبلغوا أشدكم تبلغوا أشدكم تكامل قوتكم من 30 سنة إلى 40 ثم لتكونوا شيوخا بدم الشين وكسرها ومنكم من يتوفى من قبل أي قبل الأشد والشيخوخة فعل ذلك بكم لتعيشوا ولتبلغوا أجلا مسمى وقتا محدودا ولعلكم تعقلون دلائل التوحيد فتؤمنون هو الذي يحيي ويميت فإذا قضى أمرا أراد إيجاد شيء فإنما يقول له كن فيكون بضم النون وفتحها بتقدير أن أي يوجد عقب الإرادة إرادتي التي هي معنى القول المذكور. Say, I have been forbidden to worship those idols you worship besides Allah, since clear proofs have come to me from my Lord, proofs of His oneness, and I have been commanded to fully submit to the Lord of all worlds. He is the one who created you from dust, by creating your father Adam from it, then from a sperm drop, then developed you into a clinging clot. Then he brings you forth as infants, meaning children, so that you may reach your prime and become old. No, so that you may reach your prime, meaning your complete strength. That is from 30 to 40 years old. And become old. So shiyukhan or shuyukhan. Though some of you die sooner, meaning before like complete strength and old age, Allah did that with you so you can live, reaching an appointed time, a limited time. So perhaps you may understand the proofs of His oneness and believe. He is the one who gives life and causes death. When He decrees a matter, when He wants to bring something into life, He simply says be and is. So فيكون or فيكون, which would have an implied N. So فإنما يقول له. Okay. يوجد عقب الإرادة. So it comes into being after He wants it, like
Yeah.
after He says kun fayakun.
No, after His will. Right. So, because if you were to say that it comes into being after Allah says kun, all right, and then it is, then it means Allah is dependent on saying kun, right? But the intent of it is to show how quickly and instantaneously it could happen. And it is in line with His intent. So in Aqidat al-Tahawiyah. In other places, you probably learned that we have ilm of Allah, and then we have the qadr of Allah, and then we have the what we call the mashiyah of Allah, and then we have the irada of Allah. So mashiyah is will, irada is the manifestation of that will. So when we do something, it is because Allah wants it for us, and then that is manifested in our actions. Does that make sense?
Yeah. ألم تر إلى الذين يجادلون في آيات الله القرآن أنى كيف يصرفون عن الإيمان الذين كذبوا بالكتاب القرآن وبما أرسلنا به رسلنا من التوحيد والبعث وهم كفار مكة فسوف يعلمون عقوبة تكذيبهم إذ الأغلال في أعناقهم إذ بمعنى إذا والسلاسل عطف على الأغلال فكيف تكون في الأعناق أو مبتدأ خبره محذوف أي في أرجلهم أو خبر يسحبون أي يجرون.
So if you look at footnote number 10, it actually argues even beyond irada, before irada, which is the last stage, right? Which is preceded by mashiyah, right? So you have preceded by mashiyah, you have mashiyah, and then you have irada. So footnote number 10, والأوضح أن يقول وهذا القول المذكور كناية عن سرعة الإيجاد, on the instant, on the spontaneous bringing about of something. فالمعنى إن أراد إيجاد شيء وجد سريعا من غير توقف على شيء. There is no dependency upon anything if you want something to come into existence. Otherwise, فكلام المفسر يقتضي أن معنى الآية, otherwise it would mean فإذا أراد إيجاد شيء فإنما يريد إيجاده فيوجد, that فيوجد, that when otherwise it would mean that if he intends the ijad, the bringing about of something, and then when he irada, when he does another step of bringing it about, then fayujidu, then he brings it about. So that is creating an additional step, which we say is unnecessary for Allah. So the mere will of Allah results in the manifestation of something. So for a will of Allah manifesting in this world, we think of it in terms of, another step, but that's not necessary for Allah.
أي يجوبون بها في الحميم أي جهنم ثم في النار يسجرون يوقدون ثم قيل لهم تبكيتا أينما كنتم تشركون من دون الله معه وهي الأصنام قالوا ضلوا غابوا عنا فلا نراهم بل لم نكن ندعو من قبل شيئا أنكروا عبادتهم إياها ثم أحضرت قال تعالى إنكم وما تعبدون من دون الله حصب جهنم أي وقودها كذلك أي مثل إضلال هؤلاء المكذبين يضل الله الكافرين ويقال لهم أيضا ذلكم العذاب بما كنتم تفرحون في الأرض بغير الحق من الإشراك وإنكار البعث وبما كنتم تتوسعون في الفرح ادخلوا أبواب جهنم خالدين فيها فبئس مأوى المتكبرين فاصبر إن وعد الله بعذابهم حق فإما نرينك فيه إن الشرطية مدغمة وما زائدة تؤكد معنى الشرط أول الفعل والنون تؤكد آخره بعض الذي نعدهم به من العذاب في حياتك وجواب الشرط محذوف أي فذاك أو نتوفينك قبل تعذيبهم فإلينا يرجعون فنعذبهم أشد العذاب فالجواب المذكور للمعطوف فقط. Have you not seen those who dispute Allah's signs, meaning the Quran, how they are turned away from faith? Those who reject this book, the Quran, and all scriptures we sent our messengers with, of the oneness of Allah and resurrection, they are the disbelievers of Mecca. So how will they know the consequence of their rejection? When shackles will be around their necks. And if here means when, or yeah, when. والسلاسل والسلاسل and chains. So salasil is عطف upon أغلال, so it will be in their necks, or it is a mubtada whose khabar is omitted, meaning the chains will be tied on their legs, or its khabar is yushabun, they will be dragged through boiling water that is the hellfire, then burned in the fire. Then they will be asked out of rebuke, where are those you used to associate with Allah? And they are the idols. They will cry, they have all failed us, so we do not see them. We did not invoke anything before, and they denied worshipping the idols. Then they were brought, and Allah said, you and whatever you worship besides Allah is the the fire of Jahannam. This is how, meaning the misguidance or the leading astray of these deniers, Allah leaves the disbelievers to stray, and it will be also said to them, this punishment is for this is because you used to rejoice on the earth wrongfully. من الإشراك, from associating partners with Allah and rejecting the resurrection. بما كنتم تمرحون, and for showing arrogance. تتوسعون في الفرح, for rejoicing too much.
تتوسعون, I mean, it literally means to go overboard in being happy, but you know, the idea is that a person who is, you know, happy with no regards whatsoever is not aware of Allah or their own faults or the akhirah or something like that, right? So tamrahun literally comes from marh, which means shiddatul farh, a severe extreme, like almost insane type of joy. There's a perverse pleasure basically that a person gets by tafrahuna fil ardi, to be prideful on earth unjustly. So think of the people who feel like the rules don't apply to them because they have a lot of money or power and they can do as they please, and people should listen to them and so on. That's a type of marh, right?
ادخلوا أبواب, enter the gates of hellfire, to stay there forever. What an evil home for the arrogant. So be patient. Surely Allah's promise of their punishment is true, whether we show you some of what we threaten them with. So فَإِمَّا نُرِيَنَّكَ. So فَإِمَّا is in and ma, and the in is merged into the ma. تُؤَكِّدُ معنى الشرط. So it emphasizes the meaning of the condition. نُرِيَنَّكَ, and the second noon emphasizes the second part. Okay. Whether we show you some of what we threaten them with of punishment in your life. And the answer of the condition is omitted, أي فذاك, meaning that, أو نتوفين, or cause you to die before their punishment. To us they will all be returned, and we will punish them the most intense of punishments. So the answer that's mentioned is only a ma'tuf. I'm not too sure.
Translate it again.
So be patient. Surely Allah's promise is true, whether we show you some of what we threaten them with or cause you to die before that. To us they will all be returned.
So فَإِمَّا نُرِيَنَّكَ, and whether we show you. So imma is in shartiyya with the ma za'idah, right? And it is emphasizing in the meaning of a condition the first fi'l, which is nuriyanna, to show, and the noon of tawqid. And the noon of tawqid is in the second one, which is natawaffayannaka. So بعض الذي نعدهم, if we were to show you a part of the promise we are making to them, meaning a little bit of punishment in your lifetime, right? And the jawab of the shart, which is imma nuriyannaka, is hidden, ay fadaka, it would be that. So the translation is, whether we show you some of what we threaten them with or cause you to die before that, أو نتوفينك فإلينا يرجعون, right? They will return to us, and then we will punish them with the most severest of punishment. فالجواب المذكور, so the answer that is mentioned, فإلينا يرجعون, is for نتوفينك specifically. Is for نتوفينك specifically, and this is mentioned in footnote number 7. أي هو قوله تعالى فإلينا يرجعون, وقوله للمعطوف وهو نتوفينك, وجواب نرينك محذوف بينه الشارح بقوله فذاك, right? Which is, so, and then it says later, ويجوز أن يكون جوابا لهما, بمعنى that the ayah basically means إن نعذبهم في حياتك أو لم نعذبهم فإنما نعذبهم في الآخرة أشد العذاب. That whether we punish them in this world or we punish them in the next world, the ultimate result is فَإِلَيْنَا يُرْجَعُونَ. They're still going to return to us, whether we punish them in the world or not, and then they will be punished in the hereafter. So there's still the first shart of the ayah, which is فَإِمَّا نُرِيَنَّكَ. So what's the jawab of that shart? That is mahdhuf, and it is fadaka. So Allah says, be patient because the promise of Allah is true. And if we were to show you, and if we were going to show you a little of what we had promised them, بَعْضَ الَّذِي نَعِدُهُمْ, if we were to show you a little bit or part of what we had promised them, فَذَاكَ, then that would have been the case. In other words, you would have seen it. أَوْ نَتَوَفَّيَنَّكَ, or if you weren't going to see it and you were going to pass away before we punish them in this world, whether that happens or not is irrelevant, because فَإِلَيْنَا يُرْجَعُونَ, ultimately they'll all be returned to us and then we will punish them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
ولقد أرسلنا رسلا من قبلك منهم من قصصنا عليك ومنهم من لم نقصص عليك. روي أنه تعالى بعث 8,000 نبي، 4,000 نبي من بني إسرائيل، و4,000 نبي من سائر الناس، وما كان لرسول منهم أن يأتي بآية إلا بإذن الله، لأنهم عبيد مربوبون. فإذا جاء أمر الله بنزول العذاب على الكفار قضي بين الرسل ومكذبيها بالحق وخسر هنالك المبطلون، أي ظهر القضاء والخسران للناس وهم خاسرون في كل وقت قبل ذلك. We had already sent messengers before you. We have told you the stories of some, while others we have not, and it has been narrated that Allah sent 8,000 prophets. 4,000 of them were from Bani Israel, and 4,000 were from the rest of the people. It was not for any messenger from amongst them to bring a sign without Allah's permission, because they are like slaves that are owned. فإذا جاء, but when Allah's decree comes by sending down punishment for the disbelievers, judgment will be passed between the messengers and its deniers with truth, with fairness, and the people of falsehood will be in loss. Meaning the judgment and the loss of people will be manifest, and they are the losers in every time, in all time before that.
Yeah. So this one thing is mentioned here. روي أنه تعالى بعث 8,000 نبي, right? So basically 8,000 prophets, and 4,000 were for Bani Israel and 4,000 were for the rest of the people. Right? Allah knows best, but if you look at footnote number 10 and 11, the very famous narration is mentioned, which is from Abu Dharr Ghafari radiallahu anhu, and this is also mentioned in other tafasir, that he asked, that he said, I asked the Prophet ﷺ, how many prophets were there? How many anbiya were there? And he says, Mi'atu alfin wa arba'atu wa ishruna alfan, which is 124,000, which is the most understood number of prophets and messengers total. And then in number 11, it says, Abu Dharr radiallahu anhu, again, he says, I asked the messenger, Ya Rasulullah, how many prophets were there? And he says, 124,000, and then الرسل من ذلك 315. جَمًّا غَفِيرًا. And the messengers from that were basically 315. So 124,000 prophets and messengers total, and Rasul from that was 315, right? And you all know the distinction made between Anbiya and Rusul, right? Nabi and Rasul. So it makes sense that Nabi would be the more, because they are the ones that come to reinforce the message that the Rasuls bring, right? And we do know that we only know we only know the name of a handful of people sent by Allah. And the Bani Israel obviously were many people and lived for many generations. So having a lot of people sent to them is not beyond the realm of possibility, right?
الله الذي جعل لكم الأنعام قيل الإبل هنا خاصة والظاهر والبقر والغنم لتركبوا منها ومنها تأكلون ولكم فيها منافع من الدر والنسل والوبر والصوف ولتبلغوا عليها حاجة في صدوركم هي حمل الأثقال إلى البلاد وعليها في البر وعلى الفلك السفن في البحر تحملون ويريكم آياته فأي آيات الله الدالة الدالة على وحدانيته تنكرون استفهام توبيخ وتذكير أي أشهر من تأنيثه أفلم يسيروا في الأرض فينظروا كيف كان عاقبة الذين من قبلهم كانوا أكثر منهم وأشد قوة وآثارا في الأرض من مصانع وقصور فما أغنى عنهم ما كانوا يكسبون فلما جاءتهم رسلهم بالبينات المعجزات الظاهرات فرحوا أي الكفار بما عندهم أي الرسل من العلم فرح استهزاء وضحك منكرين له وحاق نزل بهم ما كانوا به يستهزئون أي العذاب فلما رأوا بأسنا أي شدة عذابنا قالوا آمنا بالله وحده وكفرنا بما كنا به مشركين فلم يك ينفعهم إيمانهم لما رأوا بأسنا سنة الله نصبه على المصدر بفعل مقدر من لفظه التي قد خلت في عباده في الأمم ألا ينفعهم الإيمان وقت نزول العذاب وخسر هنالك الكافرون تبين خسرانهم لكل أحد وهم خاسرون في كل وقت قبل ذلك. Allah is the one who made for you cattle, and it is said here it only means, sorry, one second. Okay. And it said that it only means camels here.
Mhm.
والظاهر, but it also means cows and sheep. So that you may ride some and eat others. Also, you find in them other benefits. Durri. Dur is, I'm not sure. And dur. The pearls?
From?
Mm,
Well, those, uh, it's a better translation.
some translations say milk.
Well, pearls is, that's where we get the word durri from, right? So pearls would be the meaning.
So it's milk then?
So we're not talking about sea creatures, right? We're talking about land animals. So manafir from land animals would be dar. Dar. So dur is pearls. Dar is milk or curds, basically.
Okay.
So yeah.
And nestle is
So literally progeny that the animals give more animals.
okay. And fur and wool. وَلِتَبْلُغُوا عَلَيْهِ And by means of them you may reach destinations you desire, that is carrying like your provisions, your loads to other places, and you are carried upon some of them on land and upon ships in the sea. وَيُرِيكُمْ and he shows you his signs. Now which of Allah's signs that indicate to his oneness will you deny? This is a question of rebuke and mentioning ayya is أشهر من تأنيثه.
So ashharu min ta'nithihi is that it's more used than the mu'annath form, right?
Oh,
The ayya instead of ayyatu, because ayat is mu'annath, right?
yeah.
Ayat is mu'annath, so it should have been فَأَيَّةُ آيَاتِ اللَّهِ. But ayya is more prevalently used than the mu'annath form, right? It's also mentioned in footnote number 2. أي فلم يقل أية آيات الله وذلك لأن التفرقة في الأسماء الجامدة بين المذكر والمؤنث غريب. Right, so you don't usually use the mu'annath mudhakkar for asma jamid. Basically, you don't make it that specific in some cases, and yeah.
فَلَمْ يَسِيرُوا Have they not traveled throughout the land to see what was the end of those who were destroyed before them? They were far superior in number and might, in monuments and building structures and palaces in the land, but their worldly gains were of no benefit to them. When their messengers came to them with clear proofs and miracles, they were arrogant in whatever knowledge, meaning the disbelievers were arrogant in whatever knowledge they had. بما عندهم were arrogant of whatever knowledge the messengers had, and they were happy in mocking and laughing at them and denying them, and were overwhelmed by what they used to ridicule, meaning the punishment. When they saw our punishment, meaning the intensity of our punishment, they cried, "Now we believe in Allah alone and reject what we had been associating with Him." But their faith was of no benefit to them when they saw our torment. This has always been Allah's way, um, of dealing with his wicked servants. So sunnata is nasab because of its masdar, بفعل مقدر and an implied فعل التي قد خلت. This has always been Allah's way of dealing with his wicked servants in previous nations, that their faith will not benefit them in the time that the punishment comes down. Then and there, the disbelievers were in total loss, meaning their loss was made apparent to everyone, and they were the losers in every time before them.
Okay. Let's take like 5-10 minutes and then we'll start for us. So, inshallah. We'll start in like 5-10 minutes again, inshallah. All right, let's get started. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So, depending on how much we can do now, whether it's another 2 or 3 pages, but tomorrow, inshallah, we'll just do up until the end of page 704. Right? And inshallah, tomorrow we'll do till the end of page 704. That would complete 24th juz, and then, if I'm not mistaken, we have 5 weeks of classes. Inshallah, we have 5 weeks of classes until winter break, and we should be able to finish the 25th juz, which is about 25-ish pages. We should be able to easily finish that by winter break, and that'll leave the next 5 ajza, inshallah, for the spring semester, and we'll use the time to get ahead in Hidayat al-Nahu also, inshallah. So perhaps going till winter break, we'll do more of Hidayat al-Nahu. Right? Inshallah. All right, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Surah Fussilat, which is also known as Surah Hamim Sirta, right? It's called Hamim as-Sajda because it has one of the sujud, it has one of the Sajda Tilawa. It's Makki Surah, so focuses on the essentials of Iman and the Quran. And Qiyamah focuses on the Qudra of Allah. And consolation of the Prophet ﷺ, and also the nature of human beings in general, how they are in times of ease and how they are in times of difficulty. So,
Bismillah. حميم الله أعلم بمراده به تنزيل من الرحمن الرحيم مبتدأ كتاب خبره فصلت آياته بينت بالأحكام والقصص والمواعظ قرآن عربيا حال من كتاب بصفته لقوم متعلق به بفصلت يعلمون يفهمون ذلك وهم العرب بشيرا صفة قرآنا ونذيرا فأعرض أكثرهم فهم لا يسمعون سماع قبول وقالوا للنبي قلوبنا في أكنة أعطية مما تدعونا إليه وفي آذاننا وقر ثقيل ومن بيننا وبينك حجاب خلاف في الدين فأعمل على دينك إننا عاملون على ديننا قل إنما أنا بشر مثلكم يوحى إلي أنما إلهكم إله واحد فاستقيموا إليه بالإيمان والطاعة واستغفروه وويل كلمة عذاب للمشركين الذين لا يؤتون الزكاة وهم بالآخرة هم تأكيد كافرون إن الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات لهم أجر غير ممنون مقطوع حميم Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best what he intended by that تنزيل من الرحمن الرحيم that this is a revelation from the all-merciful, very merciful. That is the mubtada, and then kitab is the khabar. Sheikh, so how do we understand this if the ayah ends and we're saying that the entirety of the ayah, or like the next word kitabun, is the khabar of the preceding ayah? Is that what it's saying?
yeah.
So how does that make sense grammatically if the ayah's already ended?
I mean, the ayah ends in the sense that, that's considered a separate, that's considered a stop, but if you look at the meaning of the two sentences, they're clearly connected.
Okay. But like, would we say, I guess Tanzil. Okay, never mind. Okay, makes sense. كتاب الخبر فصلت آياته, a book whose verses are made clear or elaborated, um, so made clear with rulings and stories and admonitions, and a Quran in Arabic, and that is a hal from the word kitab, um, as its description, بصفته, um, لقوم for people, متعلق, that is connected to فصلت يعلمون, so that they may um, understand, or so that they may know. يفهمون ذلك, so they may understand that. وهم العرب, and that is the Arabs. بشيرا, as good news. And that is a صفة for Quran. ونذيرا, and a warner. فأعرض أكثرهم فهم لا يسمعون, but most of them turn away and they do not listen. سماع قبول, um, like listen, so meaning if they were to listen, they would have accepted it. وقالوا, and they say to the Prophet, so I send them that قلوبنا, that our hearts في أكنة مما تدعونا, in our hearts there is what is أكنة, or قال في أكنة covers, yeah, okay, covers, وقالوا للنبي قلوبنا في سواء, in our hearts there are covers, أغطية, we are covered, مما تدعونا, of what you call us to, and in our ears there are وقر, barrier, and like a weight. ومن بيننا, and from between us and between you there is a veil that prevents us from the religion. فاعمل, so do, إننا عاملون, like according to your religion, على دينك, so according to your religion, and we will do what we will do according to our religion. وإنما أنا بشر مثلكم, so say that I am only a human just like you. And it has been revealed to me that there is only one God, إنما إلهكم إله واحد. So stay steadfast, and be upright in your belief and your obedience to Him, and seek His forgiveness. وويل, and woe to, um, كلمة عذاب, and this is a word of punishment. So woe to the polytheists or disbelievers, the ones that they don't pay their zakat or charity. وهم بالآخرة هم كافرون, and in the hereafter they disbelieve. And the hum is for emphasis. إن الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات, and indeed those that believe and do righteous acts, for them is a reward غير ممنون, um, that like will not be cut off or perish, so everlasting. Um, ولئنكم بتحقيق الهمزة الثانية وتسهيلها وإدخال الألف ألف بينها بوجهيها وبين الأولى لتكفرون بالذي خلق الأرض في يومين الأحد والاثنين وتجعلون له أندادا شركاء ذلك رب مالك العالمين جمع عالم وهو ما سوى الله وجمع لاختلاف أنواعه بالياء والنون تغليبا للعقلاء وجعل مستأنف ولا يجوز عطفه على صلة الذي للفاصل الأجنبي فيها رواسي جبالا ثوابت من فوقها وبارك فيها بكثرة المياه والزروع والضروع وقدر قسم فيها أقواتها للناس والبهائم في تمام 4 أيام أي الجعل وما جعل وما ذكر معه في يوم الثلاثاء والأربعاء سواء منسوبا على المصدر أي استوت الأربعة استواء لا تزيد ولا تنقص للسائلين عن خلق الأرض بما فيها ثم استوى قصد إلى السماء وهي دخان بخار مرتفع فقال لها وللأرض إلى مرادي منكما طوعا أو كرها في موضع الحال أي طائعتين أو مكرهتين فلما أتينا بمن فينا طائعين قل إنكم So say إنكم do you فإنكم, and that could be بتحقيق الهمزة الثانية, you could pronounce it, so it could be إنكم, or could be أنكم.
أئنكم تسهيل soften.
So what would be the difference? So أئنكم or
أئنكم.
is that the same thing? It's different.
So you have, it's the same as أعجمي. تحقيق means you pronounce the hamza completely. Tasheel means you pronounce it by softening, so it doesn't have that edge. So أئنكم versus أئنكم
Okay.
with tasheel.
But they both still have hamza. It's just pronunciation.
Yeah.
And entering an alif between the two, meaning between the first and the second. لَتَكْفُرُونَ بِالَّذِي خَلَقَ الْأَرْض. This, so do you really think, or do you really disbelieve in the one who created the earth in 2 days, in the first and the second? وَتَجْعَلُونَ لَهُ أَنْدَادًا, and ascribe or make for him partners. And that is the Lord of the worlds. And that Alamin is the plural of Alam. وَهُوَ مَا سِوَى اللَّهِ, and that is وَهُوَ مَا سِوَى اللَّهِ, and that is everything like other than Allah. وَجُمِعَ لِاخْتِلَافِ أَنْوَاعِهِ بِالْيَاءِ وَالنُّونِ. How do you translate this part, Sheikh?
Which one specifically?
وَجُمِعَ لِاخْتِلَافِ أَنْوَاعِهِ.
So it has been made plural. So we're talking about alameen. Why not just say alam? Well, it has been made plural because of the different things that are found in it, right? And then the jama is with a ya and a noon, and that is taghliban lil uqala, kind of giving the preference, priority to sentient, conscious creation.
How is it doing that? It's just saying the word itself denotes that.
Yes. Where is it mentioned here? Number 7. So, number 7, بالياء والنون إشارة إلى السؤال. There's an indication to a question or potential question that this jama is specifically for uqala, alamin. And alam, the ghalib, when you say alam, the majority of alam is going to be غير عاقل. So alamin is used to show preference to uqala, تغليبا للعقلاء.
Okay. وجعل مستأنفا ولا يجوز, and he set or he made وجعل مستأنفا, like he made this.
وجعل, and this ayah, or from here on, musta'nifun, this is a jumla musta'nifa. This is an independent new sentence. It's not connected to the previous ayah.
Okay, yeah, and it's not connected to alladhi, الفاصل الأجنبي. Um, because of like the unrelated clause.
Yeah. So what's in between is basically a clause that has nothing to do with the sentence before it or after it, like, grammatically. So you're not going to say وَجَعَلَ is connected to the الَّذِي of لَتَكْفُرُونَ بِالَّذِي.
Um, but it says because of an unrelated clause. What is the unrelated clause? Or is it just saying it is an unrelated clause?
No, the in between is an unrelated clause. لِلْفَاصِلِ الْأَجْنَبِي, because of a separation between وَجَعَلَ, this ayah, and لَتَكْفُرُونَ بِالَّذِي خَلَقَ الْأَرْضَ. So in between you have وَتَجْعَلُونَ لَهُ أَنْدَادًا ذَلِكَ رَبُّ الْعَالَمِينَ, for example.
Uh,
Number 9. للفاصل الأجنبي وهو قوله تعالى وتجعلون، فإنه معطوف على لا تكفرون.
فيها رواسي جبال ثوابت. So فيها رواسي, um, and like within it وجعلنا فيها رواسي من فوقها. One second, let me see the translation. Okay, he has placed firm mountains in it, towering above it. In it. Okay, Rawasi is Jabal. So Rawasi is mountains. Min fawqiha, towering above it. وبارك فيها, and put blessings in it with plenty of water and plants and crops. وقدر, and he has proportioned or divided in it أقواتها في أربعة أيام, like food for people and animals, في أربعة أيام, in like 4 days. أي الجعل وما ذكر معه في ثلاثة in 4 complete days, meaning that like the mountains and what has been mentioned before about like it being done in 3 or 4 days. So everything in total was done in 3 or 4 days. سواء, and like ثم سواء للسائلين, so that it is equal or equivalent to all those that ask. And that is the mansub of the masdar, and it is equal to 4 days. لا تزيد, and not more and not less. Sa'ilin, for all those that ask from the creation of what is in the earth and therein. ثم استوى, and then he ثم استوى إلى السماء, and then he turned to the sky. وهي الدخان, while it was smoke. بخار مرتفع, like elevated smoke. فقال لها وللأرض ائتيا, and he said, فقال لها, come to me, both of you, والأرض ائتوا, in obedience, or like I guess yeah, in obedience or in just like meaning willingly or unwillingly. في موضع الحال, and that is
So طوعا أو كرها or حال, basically.
okay. Meaning like you both can be obedient or you can be disobedient. قالتا أتينا طائعين, and they said that we come in obedience. في تغليب المذكر العاقل, Um, so طائعين, and this is like two intelligent. This points to like two intelligent male beings. أو نزلتا لخطابهما منزلته. Um,
or they're just treated as such. Because both the skies and the earth say أتينا طائعين.
what is the purpose of them being male and intelligent?
تغليب المذكر العاقل. That's the majority taken. If you look at funnel number 2, فإن الأرض والسماء وإن كانتا مما لا يعقل ولكن فيهما من يعقل من الملائكة والجن والإنس. So in a sense, it's not the actual skies and earth, but rather the inhabitants of the skies and earth. And then they are treated as if they are sentient, because Allah says, أَتَيْنَا طَائِعِينَ, that the heavens and the earth say, we come to you obediently.
فقضاهن الضمير يرجع إلى السماء لأنها في معنى الجمع الآلي آلة إليه، أي صيرها 7 سماوات في يومين، الخميس والجمعة، فرغ منها في آخر ساعة منه وفيها خلق آدم، ولذلك لم يقل هنا سواء ووافق ما هنا آيات خلق السماوات والأرض في 6 أيام، وأوحى في كل سماء أمرها الذي أمر به من فيها من الطاعة والعبادة، وزينا السماء الدنيا بمصابيح بنجوم وحفظا، منسوب بفعله المقدر، أي حفظناها عن استراق الشياطين السمع بالشهب، ذلك تقدير العزيز في ملكه العليم بخلقه. And then he ordained them, and that is the hunna al-dhamir is pointing to the heavens لأنها في معنى الجمع الآلية, and that indicates the meaning of the plural, معنى الجمع الآلية إليه. What is الآلية إليه?
So فقضاهن. So he formed them, and the dhamir of hunna returns to sama because they are in the meaning of jama. Al-a'ilati ilayhi, that returns to it. Ay sayyaraha. So the dhamir of faqadahunna returns to the word sama, al-a'ilati ilayhi, and it is in the meaning of jama because Allah fashions it in sab'a samawat.
Okay. So the returns to it is talking about the sabah.
Sorry?
The a'ilati ilay, like when it's saying returns to it, it's saying it's returning to that, the point of it being 7 heavens.
No, it's the faqadahunna is returning to the word as-sama from the previous ayah.
Correct, but what does the a'ilati ilay mean after that? But like he already said that before, didn't he? He said الضمير يرجع إلى السماء.
لأنها في معنى الجمع الآئلة إليه, because the meaning of it being in jama returns to it.
Okay, he's just
Because the word as-sama still means 7 heavens, even though we don't say 7 heavens. So hunna is simply explaining the fact that the sky was made into 7 parts.
أي صيرها, like, and that's how he like fashioned or made them. سبع سماوات, into 7 heavens, في يومين, in 2 days, in Thursday and Friday, فرغ منها في آخر. And he completed them in the last like hour of them. وفيها خلق Adam, and in it he created Adam. ولذلك لم يقل. And that is why he does not say سواء. موافق ما هنا. And that corresponds with what is said here in these ayat, in which he says that the heavens and the earth were created in 6 days. وأوحى في كل سماء أمرها, and in each heaven he revealed its command or matter. الذي أمر به من فيها من الطاعة والعبادة. Like what الذي أمر, like to the ones that he commanded to follow in obedience and worship. And he adorned the heavens of the earth with lamps, meaning stars, وحفظا, and that was to guard them. And that is mansub to the implied fi'l. أي حفظناها عن استراق. And in other words, it meant that we will protect them عن استراق, like from eavesdropping, devils, السمع والشهب, that try to listen with shuhub, like quietly or stealthily. And that ذلك تقدير العزيز العليم, that is
Shuhub means meteors.
oh
شهاب شهاب ثاقب.
ذلك تقدير العزيز, and that is the commandment or ordainment of the Almighty in His kingdom, and He is the all-knowing of what is in His creation.
And so this passed previously that the skies are protected by hifdha. They are protected by things that prevent the shayateen from eavesdropping on the angels, and they are shuhub. Shihabun thaqib comes in the beginning of Surah Safat, right? Pursuing meteor, right? Mhm.
Um, فإن أعرضوا أي كفار مكة عن الإيمان بعد هذا البيان فقل أنذرتكم خوفتكم صاعقة مثل صاعقة عاد وثمود، أي عذابا يهلككم مثل الذي أهلكهم إذ جاءتهم الرسل من بين أيديهم ومن خلفهم، أي مقبلين عليهم ومدبرين عنهم فكفروا كما السيئة والإهلاك في زمنه فقط، أي بأن لا تعبدوا إلا الله. قالوا لو شاء ربنا لأنزل ملائكة فإنا بما أرسلتم به على زعمكم كافرون. فأما عاد فاستكبروا في الأرض بغير الحق وقالوا لما خوفوا بالعذاب من أشد منا قوة، أي لا أحد كان واحدهم يقلع الصخرة العظيمة من الجبل يجعلها حيث يشاء. أولم يروا يعلموا أن الله الذي خلقهم هو أشد منهم قوة وكانوا بآياتنا المعجزات يجحدون. فأرسلنا عليهم ريحا صرصرا باردة شديدة الصوت بلا مطر في أيام نحسات بكسر الحاء وسكونها مشؤومات عليهم لنذيقهم عذاب الخزي الذل في الحياة الدنيا والعذاب الآخرة أخزى أشد وهم لا ينصرون. بمعنه عنهم. وأما ثمود فهديناهم بين لهم طريق الهدى فاستحبوا العمى اختاروا الكفر على الهدى فأخذتهم صاعقة العذاب الهون المهين بما كانوا يكسبون ونجينا منها الذين آمنوا وكانوا يتقون. فإن أعرضوا, and so if they turn away, meaning the disbelievers of Mecca, from believing after it has been made clear to them, فَقُلْ أَنذَرْتُكُمْ, then say that I warn you, meaning like I fear for you. صاعقة مثل صاعقة, that thunderbolt after thunderbolt, like the people of Ad and Thamud. أي عذاب يهلكهم, meaning the punishment that destroyed them. مثل الذي أهلكهم, like the punishment, or yeah, a punishment that will destroy you, like the punishment that destroyed them. إذ جاءتهم الرسل, that when the messengers came to them from in front of them and from behind them. مقبلين, like coming to them from the front and from behind. عنهم فكفروا. They disbelieved. كما سيئتي. كما سيأتي, as we will bring. والإهلاك, and the destruction. في زمتي. الإهلاك في زمتي فقط, and their destruction will be in this in its time, only in its time. أن أي بأن like, do not worship other than Allah. قالوا لو شاء, and they will say that if our Lord had willed, He would send angels. But فإنا بما أرسلتم به كافرون, and therefore we surely فإنا بما أرسلتم به كافرون, reject or disbelieve in what you have sent. على زعمكم, according to like what you claim. فأما عاد فاستكبروا. As for Ad, they were arrogant in the earth and without right. وقالوا, and they said, لما خَوِفُوا, when they feared the punishment, that who is stronger in might than us, and that means that no one. وكان واحدهم يقلع الصخرة, and a single man, like a single one from them, could pull a rock, like a large rock, from the mountain and place it wherever he willed. Have you not seen, or do you not know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is أَنَّ اللَّهَ الَّذِي خَلَقَهُمْ هُوَ أَشَدُّ مِنْهُمْ, the one who created them is the one who is greater than them in might. وَكَانُوا بِآيَاتِنَا يَجْحَدُونَ, but in our ayat or signs, they continue to argue, meaning in our miracles. فَأَرْسَلْنَا عَلَيْهِمْ, and then we sent upon them a like a violent wind or a raging wind. But that was cold, intensely cold. الصوت بلا مطر.
Which is a sound without any rain.
في أيام نحسات, during some of the like bad days. And it could be نحسات or نحسات مشؤومات عليهم. And that is like humiliation for them.
Calamitous.
لنذيقهم, so that they may taste the punishment.
Not humiliation, it's calamitous.
Calamitous for them, so that they may taste the punishment, like disgraceful punishment, humiliation in the life of the world, وَالْعَذَابُ الْآخِرَةِ, and the punishment in the hereafter is more disgraceful, more intense. وَهُمْ لَا يُنصَرُونَ, and there will be no one to help them. بِمَعْنِهِ عَنْهُمْ, and they will not be, meaning meaning they will not be able to be helped against that punishment or wind. وَأَمَّا ثَمُودَ, as for the people of Thamud, فَهَدَيْنَاهُمْ, we had guided them and made clear to them the right path. فَاسْتَحَبُّوا الْعَمَى, but they preferred blindness, and they chose disbelief over guidance. فَأَخَذَتْهُمْ, and so we took them by a thunderbolt. عَذَابَ الْهُونِ, and like a disgraceful punishment. بِمَا كَانُوا يَكْسِبُونَ, for what they used to earn. وَنَجَّيْنَا, and we saved those from them that used to believe, meaning Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala saved them. Do you want to keep going?
We'll stop here. So tomorrow, inshallah, we'll continue from Wayoma. يحشر until نحشر, from there until end of 704. So we'll just do like 3.5 pages, inshallah. And the rest of the class will do Hidayat al-Nahl. Jazakallah. Subhanallah, alhamdulillah, subhanallah, alhamdulillah, ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على سيد الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. أما بعد، فيا أيها الطلبة الكرام، قد وصلنا إلى باب ما جاء كم فرض الله على عباده من الصلوات. Our chapter regarding how many prayers Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made obligatory upon his ibad, upon his servants and his slaves. ابدأ أولا يا أفراز. بسم الله.
والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه وبالسند المتصل منا إلى الحافظ الإمام أبي عيسى محمد بن عيسى من سنة الترمذي قال باب ما جاء فرض الله على عباده من الصلوات. وبه قال حدثنا محمد بن يحيى قال حدثنا عبد الرزاق قال أخبرنا معمر عن الزهري عن أنس بن مالك رضي الله عنه قال فرضت على النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم ليلة أسري به الصلاة 50 ثم نقصت حتى جعلت 5 ثم نودي يا محمد إنه لا يبدل القول لدي وإن لك بهذا 50. وفي الباب عن عبادة بن صامت وطلحة بن عبيد الله وأبي قتادة وأبي ذر ومالك بن صعصعة وأبي سعيد بن الخدري رضي الله عنهم. قال أبو عيسى حديث أنس رضي الله عنه حديث حسن صحيح غريب.
So this is a very summarized version of the hadith of Isra, especially when the prayers were made obligatory. So Anas ibn Malik radiallahu anhu says that on the night that the Prophet ﷺ was taken on the night journey, prayer was made obligatory upon him 50 times a day. ثُمَّ نُقِصَتْ, and then it was decreased until it was made 5. ثُمَّ نُودِيَ, right? Then a call was made that Ya Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, innahu la yubaddalu al-qawlu ladayya, right? The decree, the judgment, the decision, the statement does not change. وَإِنَّ لَكَ بِهَذَا الْخَمْسِ خَمْسِينَ, that for these 5 prayers you will be rewarded as if you prayed 50, because إِنَّ الْحَسَنَةَ بِعَشْرِ أَمْثَالِهَا. نعم. باب في فضل الصلوات الخمس.
قال باب في فضل الصلوات الخمس. وبقال حدثنا علي بن حجر قال حدثنا اسماعيل بن جعفر عن علاء بن عبد الرحمن عن أبيه عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال الصلوات الخمس والجمعة إلى الجمعة كفارات لما بينهن ما لم يخشى الكبائر. وفي الباب عن جابر وأنس وحنظلة الأسيدي رضي الله عنهم قال ابن عيسى حديث أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه حديث حسن صحيح.
So this hadith is highlighting the virtue, the reward, the blessings of performing the 5 daily prayers, Salatul Jumu'ah, that through the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they serve as an expiation of all minor sins that take place between them. So as-salawatul khams, meaning one prayer to the next, right? Wal Jumu'ah ila al-Jumu'ah, one Friday to the next, kafaratun lima baynahum. They serve as an expiation for the minor sins that occur between them. ما لم يغشى or ما لم يغشى. If it's يغشى, then الكبائر مفعول به. If it's يغشى, then الكبائر نائب فاعل. As long as the person stays away from major sins. Now, no scholar has understood this to be as a condition. Right? This is just a warning from the Prophet ﷺ to avoid major sins as much as possible, because major sins are not automatically forgiven by good deeds. Major sins require tawbah.
قال باب ما جاء في فضل الجماعة. وقال حدثنا هناد قال حدثنا عبد عن عبيد الله بن عمر عن نافع عن ابن عمر رضي الله عنهما قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم صلاة الجماعة تفضل على صلاة الرجل وحده ب27 درجة. وفي الباب عن عبد الله بن مسعود وأبي بن كعب ومعاذ بن جبل وأبي سعيد وأبي هريرة وأنس بن مالك رضي الله عنهم. قال أبو عيسى حديث ابن عمر رضي الله عنهما حديث حسن صحيح. وهكذا روى نافع عن ابن عمر رضي الله عنهما عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أنه قال تبطل صلاة الجميع عن صلاة الرجل وحده ب27 درجة. وعامة من روى عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم إنما قالوا 25 إلا ابن عمر رضي الله عنهما فإنه قال ب27. وبه قال حدثنا إسحاق بن موسى الأنصاري قال حدثنا معن قال حدثنا مالك عن شهاب عن سعيد بن المسيب عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه وعنهم أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال إن صلاة الرجل في الجماعة تزيد على صلاته وحده ب25 جزءا. قال أبو عيسى هذا حديث حسن صحيح.
نعم هذا واضح. It's just highlighting the reward and virtue for praying in Jama'ah. نعم.
So what was the difference? Like there were like 4 differences highlighted about the multiplication.
In terms of?
Isn't it in the same Benjamin? Like the reward, right? Some says 7 or 20, some says 20.
27 and 25. So he's saying the majority says 25. Only Ibn Umar says 27 in his riwayah. But the majority of riwayah say 25. وعامة من روى is 25.
What is the 26? Oh, no, that's the same thing. 27.
Yeah.
Correct. But is that like because it's based on a different riwayah or the same one that he did?
Different riwayah. Different riwayah.
وبقال قال ما جاء في من سمع النداء فلا يجيب. وبقال حدثنا هناد قال حدثنا وكيع عن جعفر بن قطان عن يزيد بن الأصم عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه وعنه أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال لقد هممت أن آمر فتيتي أن يجمعوا حزم الحضاب ثم آمر بالصلاة فتقام ثم أحرق على أقوام لا يشهدون الصلاة. وذلك عن ابن مسعود وابي الدرداء وابن عباس ومعاذ بن انس وجابر رضي الله عنه. قال ابو عيسى حديث ابي هريره رضي الله عنه حديث حسن صحيح. وقد روي عن غير واحد من اصحاب النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم انهم قالوا من سمع النداء فلم يجب فلا صلاه له. وقال بعض اهل العلم هذا على التغليظ والتشديد ولا رخصه لاحد في ترك الجماعه الا من عذر. قال مجاهد وسئل ابن عباس رضي الله عنهما عن رجل يصوم النهار ويقوم الليل لا يشهد جمعة ولا جماعة فقال هو في النار. حدثنا بذلك هنان وقال حدثنا بذلك هنان قال حدثنا المحاربي عن ليث عن مجاهد ومعنى الأحاديث ألا يشهد الجماعة والجمعة رغبة عنها واستخفافا بحقها وتهاونا بها.
Okay, so chapter regarding the one who hears the call and doesn't respond, and what's meant by responding here is physically responding, by going to the masjid and praying. What's not meant is the verbal response of repeating after the mu'adhin. So chapter regarding the one who hears the call to prayer, right? They're in the vicinity of the masjid, they hear the adhan, but they don't respond by going to the masjid to pray in jama'ah. So the hadith is from Abi Hurairah radiyallahu anhu from the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam who said, لَقَدْ هَمَمْتُ, that I have made this I have made this resolution, I have made this decision, this intention, an amura fityati, that to instruct my young companions, and yajma'u huzam al-hatab, to gather bundles of firewood, thumma amura bis-salah, right? And then I would give the instruction for salah, fatuqam, and it would be established, thumma uharriqa ala aqwamin, and then I burn, right, the residences of those people, la yashhaduna salah, that don't come to salah. So this is unique, because this goes against the normal demeanor, this goes against the normal character of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Because the Prophet alaihi salatu wasallam, the default was to have a disposition of forgiveness, of pardon, of finding excuses. So any instance we find where perhaps is going against that general disposition, it's important. That one thing that made him upset, one thing that made him angry was the fact that people who lived within the vicinity of the masjid would not come. And during the time of the Prophet ﷺ, that was an apparent sign of hypocrisy. That those who lived in the vicinity of Al-Masjid al-Nabawi, and they heard the nida, they heard the adhan, and they still didn't come, that was a sign that they were among the hypocrites. وفي الباب عن ابن مسعود وأبي الدرداء وابن عباس ومعاذ بن أنس وجابر رضي الله عنهم. Imam Tirmidhi said the hadith of Abi Hurairah radiyallahu anhu hadithun hasanun sahihun, and it's been narrated from several companions of the Prophet ﷺ that they said, Man sami'a nida, whoever hears the call to prayer, falam yujib, and they don't respond by going, fala salata lahum, then they have no prayer for them. Right? Some fuqaha took this literally. Right? They took this literally, and they say that the prayer will not count. That was one of the opinions of Imam Ahmad, rahimahullah. Right? One of the opinions of Imam Ahmad is that a person who lives in the vicinity of the masjid and they hear the adhan and they don't go pray in jama'ah, their prayer doesn't count. The Jumhur, they say that it's sunnah mu'akkada. That sunnah mu'akkada, qareebun min al-wujub, very close to being wajib. And that a person that doesn't come to jama'ah, they have to have a valid, legitimate excuse. Right? وَقَالَ بَعْدُ أَهْلِ الْعِلْمِ, some scholars said, هَذَا عَلَى التَّغْلِيدِ وَالتَّشْدِيدِ, meaning this last statement, that مَنْ سَمِعَ النِّدَاءَ فَلَمْ يُجِبْ فَلَا صَلَاةَ لَهُ, هَذَا عَلَى التَّغْلِيدِ. This is just to show the severity of not coming to the masjid. وَالتَّشْدِيد, right? To give a warning. وَلَا رُخْصَةَ لِأَحَدٍ فِي تَرْكِ الْجَمَاعَةِ إِلَّا مِنْ عُذْرٍ, and to highlight that there's no concession, there's no excuse for someone missing or leaving jama'ah إِلَّا مِنْ عُذْرٍ, except if there's an excuse such as illness or like severe rain or whatever it may be. قال مجاهد رحمه الله, Ibn Abbas radiyallahu anhuma was asked about a person who fasts every day and prays tahajjud at night, but he doesn't attend Jumu'ah nor the congregation. فقال هو فِي النار, that person's where? In the fire, very strict. Right? Then he brings a chain for the statement of Ibn Abbas. قال حدثنا بذلك هناد قال حدثنا المحاربي عن ليث عن مجاهد عن ابن عباس ومعنى الحديث أن يشهد الجماعة والجمعة رغبة عنها, right? Turning away from it واستخفافا لحقها, and belittling its right, وتهاونا بها, and basically considering it to be something insignificant and important. Right? The khulasa here is that for men specifically, attending the jama'ah, if they live within the vicinity of the masjid, is of utmost importance, utmost significance. According to the Hanabila, or at least one qawl of the Hanabila, it's wajib. According to Jumhur, it's sunnah mu'akkada. According to the Ahnaf, they say it's sunnah mu'akkad qareebun min al-wujub. Right? And that vicinity of the masjid means that you live within earshot of the adhan, that you can hear the adhan, however far the adhan is conveyed.
So they always, that always talk about within that earshot. Very interesting mentality that people who are urban planning, like that would be no one. Right? Except maybe when it's here. But even then, you could argue from the side of so big that.
So within earshot, reasonable. Like technically, if the adhan were being given out loud, whether it was, obviously there were no like speakers and microphones. So the technical be it someone's loudest voice, however far it could reach, whatever that distance is.
But meaning like, because you have to go to Morocco and stuff, yes, everybody lives corner right next to the masjid. But here it's like the developments, right, are
Further away.
built around commercial and not-profit spaces.
Yeah.
So would you just say, like, did they ever expand that definition, or
They do. They'll make it they'll make it. They'll say what doesn't put you in severe inconvenience. And they'll say ideally the Muslims, even though that when purchasing a home, one of the primary factors should be the proximity to the masjid.
I struggle with that logic in the sense of like, even when it is the case, sometimes the closest development to a masjid is still 10 minutes away, right? Which makes it like difficult from somebody who maybe once or twice if they were. It makes sense to us. قال ما جاء في الرجل يصلي وحده ثم يدرك الجماعة. وبه قال حدثنا أحمد بن منيع قال حدثنا هشيم قال حدثنا يعلى بن عطاء قال حدثنا جابر بن يزيد بن الأسود عن أبيه رضي الله عنه قال شهدت مع النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم حجة فصليت معه صلاة الصبح في مسجد الخير فلما قضى صلاته انحرف فإذا هو برجلين في أخرى القوم لم يصليا معه فقال علي بهما فجيء بهما ترعد فرائسهما فقال منعكم أن تصليا معنا فقال يا رسول الله إنا كنا قد صلينا في رحالنا قال فلا تفعل إذا صليتما في رحالكما ثم أتيتما مسجد جماعة فصليا معكم فإنها لكما نافلة. وفي الباب عن محجن ويزيد بن عامر رضي الله عنهما قال أبو عيسى حديث يزيد بن الأسود حديث حسن كثير وهو قول غير واحد من أهل العلم وبه يقول سفيان الثوري والشافعي وأحمد وإسحاق قالوا إذا صلى الرجل وحده ثم أدرك الجماعة فإنه يعيد الصلاة كلها في الجماعة، وإذا صلى الرجل المغرب وحده ثم أدرك الجماعة قالوا فإنه يصليها معه ويشفع بالركعة التي صلى وحده هي المكتوبة عنه.
نعم. So chapter regarding a man who has prayed by himself and then he catches the congregation. What is he supposed to do? So joining congregational prayer with the intention of a nafilah after having already prayed. Right? That is the suratul mas'ala. That is the case that you are joining a jama'ah after you have already prayed that prayer by yourself. And you're joining the jama'ah with the intention of a nafilah. So Imam Shafi'i, Imam Ahmad, Imam Ishaq, they say doing so is sunnah for all prayers. That the ruling that's mentioned in this hadith is general and it's applicable to all the 5 daily prayers. So you can do this for Fajr, Dhuhr, Asr, Maghrib, and Isha, no problem. And if you do it for Maghrib, then you'll just add one more rak'ah to make it even. That you'll join the Jama'ah, and then once the Imam says salam, you'll stand up and add one more rak'ah to make it an even number. Imam Malik, rahimahullah, he argues that it's sunnah for all prayers except for Maghrib. That doing so is a sunnah for all the prayers except Maghrib because there's no such thing as a 3 rak'ah sunnah. Imam Abu Hanifa, rahimahullah, the Ahnaf say you can only do this for Dhuhr and Isha. Because there's no sunnah prayers after Fajr, right? There's no nafilah after Fajr, there's no nafilah after Asr, and there's no such thing as a 3 rak'ah nafilah. So this is only valid for Salatul Dhuhr and Salatul Isha. So the hadith here is from Jabir ibn Yazid ibn al-Aswad, from his father al-Aswad radiyallahu anhu, said that I participated in Hajj with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, meaning Hajjatul Wada', the farewell pilgrimage. فَصَلَّيْتُ مَعَهُ صَلَاةَ الصُّبْحِ فِي مَسْجِدِ الْخَيْفِ. And I prayed Fajr prayer with him in Masjidul Khayf. That's the masjid that's located in Mina. فَلَمَّا قَضَى صَلَاتَهُ إِنْحَرَفَ. When he completed his prayer, he got up and left. فَإِذَا هُوَ بِرَجُلَيْنِ فِي أُخْرَى الْقَوْمِ لَمْ يُصَلِّيَ مَعَهُ. He came across 2 men that were at the back of the congregation, لَمْ يُصَلِّيَ مَعَهُ, that didn't pray with him. They didn't pray in Jama'ah with the Prophet ﷺ. فَقَالَ عَلَيَّ بِهِمَا. He said, bring them both to me. فَجِئَ بِهِمَا. They were brought, تُرْعَدُ فَرَائِسُهُمَا. And their joints were shaking. Right? They were nervous and they were afraid because they thought that the Prophet ﷺ was upset or angry with them. فَقَالَ مَا مَنَعَكُمَا أَن تُصَلِّيَ مَعَنَا. What stopped you? What prevented you from praying with us? فَقَالَ يَا رَسُولَ اللَّهِ إِنَّا كُنَّا قَدْ صَلَّيْنَا فِي رِحَالِنَا. That, O Messenger of Allah, we had already prayed in our tents. We already prayed Salatul Fajr before coming to Masjid Khayf. قَالَ فَلَا تَفْعَلَا. The Prophet ﷺ said, don't do that. إِذَا صَلَّيْتُمَا فِي رِحَالِكُمَا. That if you have already prayed in your tents, ثُمَّ أَتَيْتُمَا مَسْجِدَ جَمَاعَةٍ. And then you come to a masjid where there's a congregation, فَصَلِّيَا مَعَهُمْ. Pray with them. Pray with them. فَإِنَّهَا لَكُمَا نَافِلَةٌ. Because that prayer with them will be a voluntary extra prayer for you. وفي الباب عن محجن ويزيد بن عامر. Imam Tirmidhi says the hadith of Yazid ibn al-Aswad radiyallahu anhu, hadithun hasanun sahihun. And this is the opinion of several scholars. This is the opinion of Sufyan al-Thawri, al-Shafi'i, Ahmad and Ishaq. They said, when a man prays by himself and then catches the congregation, he will repeat all the prayers in congregation. And if a man prays Maghrib by himself, then he catches the congregation, then they say he will pray along with them and he will just add an extra rak'ah to make it even. And then the one that he prays by himself, that was the fard. And what he prays in Jama'ah with the congregation is a nafilah. واضح?
What's the great area where often when you're traveling, we don't come time and they pray after a combination? It's technically a Jama'ah, but it's also technically not that you do. So do you pray that as a nafilah?
You can, as a nafilah. Because after Dhuhr, no problem. And your intention is a nafilah.
Jama'ah of the Imam is for a future salah.
That's okay. لا بأس به. If your intention behind him is nafilah, that's totally fine.
قال باب ما جاء في الجماعة في مسجد قد سليت فيه من رضي. قال حدثنا هناد قال حدثنا عبدة عن سعيد بن أبي عروبة عن سليمان الناجي عن أبي المتوكل عن أبي سعيد رضي الله عنه أنه قال جاء رجل وقد صلى رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم فقال أيكم يتجه على هذا فقام رجل وصلى معه وكذلك عن أبي هريرة وأبي موسى والحكم بن عمير رضي الله عنهم قال أبو عيسى وحديث أبي سعيد رضي الله عنه حديث حسن وهو قول غير واحد من أهل العلم من أصحاب النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم وغيرهم من التابعين قالوا لا بأس أن يصلي القوم جماعة في مسجد قد صلي فيه ويقول أحمد وإسحاق وقال آخرون من أهل العلم يصلون فرادى ويقول سفيان وابن المبارك ومالك والشافعي يختارون الصلاة فرادى.
Now, so chapter regarding doing congregation in the masjid, in which the congregation has already been done once, and having a second jama'ah, in the masjid after the main jama'ah. So from Abi Sa'id radiallahu anhu said, a man came and the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wasallam had already prayed. فقال أيكم يتجر على هذا? Who is going to do tijara with this person? Meaning who's going to join him and get reward? فقام رجل. So a man stood up and prayed with him. That person prayed his fard and he joined with him to make it a jama'ah, as a nafila. So this hadith is being used as evidence that having a second jama'ah in the masjid is totally what? It's totally fine. And that is the position of Imam Ahmad and the Zahiris. Imam Ahmad rahimahullah and the Zahiris, they say this is totally permissible. You can have a second, even third, fourth what? Jama'ah. The Jumhur, Imam Abu Hanifa, Imam Malik, Imam Shafi'i, they argue that if a masjid has a imam and a mu'adhin, and the people of the neighborhood have already prayed, meaning the official jama'ah is already done, then having another jama'ah after that is makruh. And the Ahnaf say it's actually makruh tahriman. And they have a nas for it, but they also make this rational argument that is going to lead towards unnecessary conflict, dispute. People might do it because they don't want to pray behind that imam, or it's going to lead towards people coming late and just missing the main jama'ah.
You said that is the Ahnaf.
We say it's makruh tahriman.
Who did you say was permissible?
Imam Ahmad says it's totally permissible. The Shafi'is, Maliki also says makruh, not tahriman though, just mildly disliked. Hanaf say makruh tahrim.
This is a common thing that you find with people. Well, it's everywhere actually, right? After the Jama'ah is done, everyone just stands up and does a second right?
Okay.
So technically, they are not saying not to do it.
Period. They say not to do it. They say it's better for you to pray individually.
Because I remember I was at Daytona this summer, and they had their Masala, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, we went, and then basically the new classes had missed the Jama'ah. And she comes up with like, you all should pray individually.
Yeah.
But he hadn't read this hadith, and he said to avoid sectarianism.
Yeah.
Basically, or like not wanting to pray.
وفي الباب, and regarding the topic, there's a hadith from Abi Umama, Abi Musa, والحكم بن عمير رضي الله عنهم. Imam Tirmidhi says the hadith of Abi Sa'id رضي الله عنه حديث حسن وهو قول غير واحد من أهل العلم. And this is the opinion, this is the position of several people of knowledge from the companions of the Prophet ﷺ and others amongst the tabi'een. They said, لا بأس أن يصلي القوم جماعة في مسجد قد صلي فيه. There's nothing wrong with people praying in congregation in the masjid where prayer has already been performed. وبه يقول أحمد وإسحاق. So Imam Ahmad, Imam Ishaq say no problem whatsoever. And the Zahiris. وقال آخرون من أهل العلم. And other scholars have said, يصلون فرادا. That people should pray individually. And that's the opinion of Sufyan, Ibn al-Mubarak, Imam Malik, Imam al-Shafi'i. يختارون الصلاة فرادا. And Imam Abu Hanifa as well. Right, they give preference to praying individually then.
Okay, so how do we understand this in the context of like, I guess it's a twofold question. So one, if it's not with the intention of sectarianism or whatever, like not praying the imam and you just missed the Jama'ah, which is 90% of the cases, why would it still be disliked? Like, what is the asr?
There's some other nas that the Ahnaf use for it.
But it's not just that. Meaning, like the whole because of disunity.
Yeah, that's the rationale that they might give. That's
it would be another.
Yeah.
And like something, I've never really encountered this question in like scholarly circles, obviously, but like people who are either just starting to pray, starting to practice, right? Something to get tripped up on is like the technicality of like, if you're praying in Jama'ah, why is that a problem? I guess the answer to that would be there's a difference of you can do it.
Yeah, go for it. Bismillah.
I guess I'd have to say the other nas because that's probably provides the reason as to why not, right?
He mentions it in the footnote here.
What does he think?
And Al-Khushari, if you look at the middle one, it says حكم من فاتته الجماعة في المسجد وحكم الجماعة الثانية. Right? من فاتته الجماعة في المسجد له أن يصلي ثم منفردا أو يأتي بيته ويجمع وإما يذهب إلى مسجد آخر ويستحب هذا. Right? He's saying that whoever misses the jama'ah in the masjid, then he should pray there. He can pray there individually, or he can go home and do congregation at home, or he can go to another masjid, and that's mustahab. ثم الجماعة الثانية بتكرار الأذان والإقامة تكره تحريما. Right? And then a second jama'ah in that masjid with repeating the adhan in the iqamah is makruh tahriman. وأما بدون التكرار فعند أبي حنيفة تكره. And according to Abu Hanifa, if there's no repetition of the adhan, and then it's still makruh but tanzihan. وهو ظاهر الرواية كما في رد المحتار. وفي رواية شاذة عن أبي يوسف لا بأس بتبديل الهيئة بتبديل المصلى. وعن أبي حنيفة لا بأس إذا كان الرجال نحو ثلاثة. وحمل مولانا رشيد أحمد رحمه الله ما روي عن أبي يوسف رحمه الله لا بأس على الكراهة تنزيها، ويكون لفظ لا بأس دالا على أنه خلاف الأولى، وقل ما يدل على الاستحباب. وقريب من مذهب أبي حنيفة مذهب مالك كما في المدونة. ومذهب الشافعي رحمه الله موافق لنا على ما ذكر الترمذي مذهبه. وفي رد المحتار أن علماء المذاهب الأربعة أجمعوا على كراهة الجماعة الثانية ولو بدون تكرار الأذان والإقامة في مكة سنة 551. وليعلم أن حكم الكراهة منحصر على داخل المسجد لا خارجه ولو بذراع. Right? He's saying, and you should know that the ruling of it, the second jama'ah being disliked, is limited to being inside the masjid, not outside of it. So if the masjid has like a courtyard, if it has an outside space doing the second jama'ah there, no problem. It's doing it where? Inside the masjid. وقد صنف مولانا الغنغوهي رحمه الله رسالة في مسألة الباب وأتى فيه بحديث أنه صلى الله عليه وسلم دخل المسجد وقد صلي فيه فذهب إلى بيته وجمع أهله وصلى بالجماعة. Right, this is one of the nusus that the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم entered the masjid and the salah had already been performed. So he went to his home, he gathered his family and he prayed in jama'ah at home. ولو كانت الجماعة الثانية جائزة بلا كراهة لما ترك فضل المسجد النبوي. أخرجه في معجم الطبراني الأوسط والكبير. وقال الحافظ نور الدين الهيثمي إن رجال السند ثقات محسنة. أقول إن في سنده معاوية ابن يحيى من رجال التهذيب متكلم فيه. وتمسك القائلون بالجواز بأثر أنس بن مالك رضي الله عنه أنه دخل المسجد فأذن وأقام وصلى بالجماعة الثانية. أقول إن في مصنف ابن أبي شيبة تصريحا بأن أنس رضي الله عنه توسط في الصف كما يتوسط الإمام النسوان وهو مكروه اتفاقا. وفي سند آخر في مصنف ابن أبي شيبة أنه تقدم في الصف فتعارض الروايتان. وأما واقعة الباب فليست بحجة علينا فإن المختلف إذا كان الإمام والمقتدي مفترضين. He's saying that as for the hadith in the chapter, then this is not a proof against the Jumhur or even against the Hanafis. Because what's disagreed upon, if the Imam and the follower are both praying the same fard. وفي حديث الباب, in the hadith of this chapter, كان المقتدي متنفلا. The one who is following was doing a nafila. So it's not like a real jama'ah. ولنا حديث ابن عمر رضي الله عنهما لا تصلوا صلاة في يوم مرتين. أخرجه الطحاوي والنسائي وغيرهما. So there are some nusus.
So if I'm reading this correctly, is the primary nusus that I just saw was that when the Prophet missed Jama'ah, that he took his time and prayed at home.
Pray at home.
So basically, it's not practically rational. It's just what the Prophet did.
Exactly. Then they put a rationale too.
Yeah, that's sometimes challenging because you can like debunk that very
Exactly.
quickly. What was the other thing? So practically speaking, I'm sorry, I have to go just 2 minutes.
No worries.
So sometimes like this goes back to the whole topic with trying to create unity as opposed to with the online, right? Who haven't studied, like when you're traveling in your mind, right? Even if it's not your personal preference, but you're pushed to leave, instead of using it as a moment to teach/argue because no one will really listen, right? Is that you just combine. In this case, this happens a lot when you're traveling, right? Where like you will miss say Jama'ah, you're stopping by the masjid.
Just pray
Right.
for Jama'ah.
Unless it's like family or somebody where like you can say
You
it's
know,
better to pray
yeah.
one.
Exactly. Just practically, just pray Jama'ah, no problem. لا بأس به.
But it's a good moment, like basically just combine and afterwards say,
Yeah.
most of the this is another process.
Separately, individually.
But I guess can you say that was the sunnah also was
Yeah, no, just said one of the practices.
one?
Yeah, inshallah.
I'll come back to this.
Inshallah. نعم. Go ahead and read again. زينب, بسم الله.
بسم الله. قال باب ما جاء في فضل العشاء والفجر في جماعة. وبه قال حدثنا محمود بن غيلان قال حدثنا بشر بن السري قال حدثنا سفيان عن عثمان بن حكيم عن عبد الرحمن بن أبي عمرة عن عثمان بن عفان رضي الله عنه قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم من شهد العشاء في جماعة كان له قيام نصف ليلة ومن صلى العشاء والفجر في جماعة كان له كقيام ليلة. وفي الباب عن ابن عمر وأبي هريرة وأنس وعمارة بن رويبة وجندب وأبي بن كعب وأبي موسى وبريدة رضي الله عنهم. قال أبو عيسى حديث عثمان رضي الله عنه حديث حسن صحيح. وقد روي هذا الحديث عن عبد الرحمن بن أبي عمرة عن عثمان رضي الله عنه موقوفا وروي من غير وجه عن عثمان رضي الله عنه مرفوعا. وبه قال حدثنا محمد بن بشار قال حدثنا يزيد بن هارون قال حدثنا داود بن أبي هند عن الحسن عن جندب بن سفيان رضي الله عنه عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال من صلى الصبح فهو في ذمة الله فلا تغفر الله في ذمته. وبه قال حدثنا عباس العنبري قال حدثنا يحيى بن كثير أبو غسان العنبري عن إسماعيل الكحالي عن عبد الله بن أوس الخزاعي عن بريدة الأسلمي عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال بشر المشائين في الظلم إلى المساجد بالنور التام يوم القيامة. هذا حديث غريب.
So in this chapter, he brings 3 riwayat that highlight the extra virtue and reward for praying Isha and Fajr in Jama'ah. So the first hadith is from Uthman ibn Affan radiyallahu anhu said, the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, whoever attends Isha prayer in congregation, it's as if he has spent half the night in prayer. And whoever prays Isha and Fajr in congregation, it's as if they have spent the entire night in prayer. Right? So that's a very important hadith that's highlighting the extra virtue of praying both Fajr and Isha in Jama'ah. The second riwayah, Man salla subh, whoever prays Fajr prayer, فَهُوَ فِي ذِمَّةِ اللَّهِ, then they're under the protection of Allah. فَلَا تُخْفِرُ اللَّهَ فِي ذِمَّتِهِ, like don't challenge Allah regarding His protection, meaning don't harm, don't bother, don't harass the people that pray Salatul Fajr, particularly in Jama'ah. And the last riwayah, بَشِّرِ الْمَشَّائِينَ فِي الظُّلَمِ إِلَى الْمَسَاجِدِ, that give glad tidings to those who walk to the masjids in darkness, which is the time of Fajr, the time of Isha, بِالنُّورِ التَّامِ, with complete light, with complete illumination on the day of judgment.
قال باب ما جاء في فضل الصف الأول. وبه قال حدثنا قتيبة قال حدثنا عبد العزيز بن محمد عن سهيل بن أبي صالح عن أبيه عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم خير الصفوف الرجال أولها وشرها آخرها وخير صفوف النساء آخرها وشرها أولها وفي الباب عن جابر وابن عباس وأبي سعيد وأبي وعائشة والعرباض بن سارية وأنس رضي الله عنهم. قال أبو عيسى حديث أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه حديث حسن صحيح. وقد روي عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أنه كان يستغفر للصف الأول 3 وللثاني مرة. وقال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم لو أن الناس يعلمون ما في النداء والصف الأول ثم لم يجدوا إلا أن يستهموا عليه لاستهموا عليه. قال حدثنا بذلك إسحاق بن موسى الأنصاري قال حدثنا معن قال حدثنا مالك قال وحدثنا قتيبة عن مالك عن سمي عن أبي صالح عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم مثله.
So the hadith in this chapter are highlighting the virtue, the reward of praying in the first saf. I don't think there's need to translate, inshallah. باب ما جاء في إقامة الصفوف, chapter regarding straightening the rows.
وبه قال حدثنا قتيبة قال حدثنا أبو عوانة عن سماك بن حرب عن النعمان بن بشير رضي الله عنهما قال كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يسوي صفوفنا فخرج يوما فرأى رجلا خارجا صدره عن القوم فقال لتسون صفوفكم أو ليخالفن الله بين وجوهكم. وفي الباب عن جابر بن سمرة والبراء وجابر بن عبد الله وأنس وأبي هريرة وعائشة رضي الله عنهم. قال أبو عيسى حديث النعمان بن بشير رضي الله عنهما حديث حسن صحيح. وقد روي عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أنه قال من تمام الصلاة إقامة الصف. وروي عن عمر رضي الله عنه أنه كان يوكل رجلا بإقامة الصفوف ولا يكبر حتى يخبر أن الصفوف قد استوت. وروي عن علي وعثمان رضي الله عنهما أنهما كانا يتعاهدان ذلك ويقولان استووا. وكان علي رضي الله عنه يقول تقدم يا فلان تأخر يا فلان.
So the Prophet ﷺ placed a lot of importance in making sure that the rows, the sufuf of salah, are straight. And if he saw a person, either a little bit ahead of the row or behind the row, he would make sure to highlight to make it straight. And he gave a warning that if you don't straighten your rows, then it's a possibility that it can have consequences where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will create conflict and division among you. And then the companions would also then make sure that the rows are straight before starting as-salah. باب ما جاء ليليني منكم أولو الأحلام والنهى. Right, chapter regarding that the people of intelligence and understanding should be the closest to me. And when forming the rows, the individuals that are standing closest to the imam or right behind the imam should be the people of knowledge, the people of intelligence, because if the imam has to leave, they nullify their wudu, then these people of knowledge and intelligence can pick up and carry on with the prayer.
وبه قال حدثنا نصر بن علي الجهضمي قال حدثنا يزيد بن زريع قال حدثنا خالد الحذاء عن أبي معشر عن إبراهيم عن علقمة عن عبد الله رضي الله عنه عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال ليليني منكم أولو الأحلام والنهى ثم الذين يلونهم ثم الذين يلونهم ولا تختلفوا فتختلف قلوبكم وإياكم وهيشات الأسواق. وفي الباب عن أبي بن كعب وأبي مسعود وأبي سعيد والبراء وأنس رضي الله عنهم. قال أبو عيسى حديث ابن مسعود رضي الله عنه حديث حسن غريب. وروي عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أنه كان يعجبه أن يليه المهاجرون والأنصار ليحفظوا عنه. وخالد الحذاء هو خالد بن مهران يكنى أبا المنازل. سمعت محمد بن إسماعيل يقول إن خالدا الحذاء ما حذا نعلا قط إنما كان يجلس إلى حذاء فنسب إليه. وأبو معشر اسمه زياد بن كليب.
So the Prophet ﷺ said, لِيَلِينِي مِنْكُمْ أُولُو الْأَحْلَامِ وَالنُّهَى. The people of intelligence and understanding should stand closest to me. ثم الذين يلونهم, then the ones after them, then the ones after them. ولا تختلفوا, right? And don't differ with each other. And meaning also don't let the lines be crooked. فَتَخْتَلِفَ قُلُوبُكُمْ, because then your hearts will differ with each other. وَإِيَّاكُمْ وَهَيْشَاتِ الْأَسْوَاقِ, and beware of the sounds of the market, meaning don't be loud in the masjid. Right? Don't speak loudly in the masjid, don't yell or scream in the masjid. وروي عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أنه كان يعجبه أن يليه المهاجرون والأنصار. The Prophet ﷺ used to like and prefer that the Muhajirun and the Ansar stand close to him in prayer, لِيَحْفَظُوا عَنْهُ, so that they could safeguard and memorize from him directly. Then he says this narrator, right, Khalidun al-Hadda. This narrator, his name is Khalid ibn Mihran. His kunya is Abu al-Manazil. And then he says, I heard Imam Bukhari saying that Khalidan al-Hadda. Al-Hadda means the shoemaker. Right? Al-Hadda means the shoemaker, the sandal maker. He says, Ma hada na'la al-qat. Right? He never made any sandals. He never made any shoes. إِنَّمَا كَانَ يَجْلِسُ إِلَى حَدَّاءٍ. Rather, he used to sit with them. فَنُسِبَ إِلَيْهِ. So he was attributed to them. وَأَبُو مَعْشَرْ, his name is Ziyad ibn Qulayb. نعم. باب ما جاء في كراهية الصف بين السواري. Chapter regarding the dislike, a nature of forming rows in between pillars. That if the masjid happens to have pillars inside of it, according to some, it's disliked to have rows. That should be skipped. It should be skipped. And that is the opinion of Imam Ahmad, Imam Ishaq, the Zahiris. They say it's makruh to make rows in between the pillars. Whereas Imam Abu Hanifa, Imam Malik, Imam Shafi says, La ba'sa bihi. There's jawaz as long as you can ensure that the row is going to be straight, no problem.
وبه قال حدثنا هناد قال حدثنا وكيع عن سفيان عن يحيى بن هانئ بن عروة المرادي عن عبد الحميد بن محمود قال صلينا خلف أمير من الأمراء فاضطرنا الناس فصلينا بين الساريتين. فلما صلينا قال أنس بن مالك رضي الله عنه كنا نتقي هذا على عهد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. وفي الباب عن قرة بن إياس المزني رضي الله عنه قال أبو عيسى حديث أنس رضي الله عنه حديث حسن صحيح. وقد كره قوم من أهل العلم أن يصف بين السواري وبه يقول أحمد وإسحاق وقد رخص قوم من أهل العلم في ذلك.
واضح؟
نعم.
باب ما جاء في الصلاة خلف الصف وحده. Chapter regarding praying behind the row by yourself, meaning basically standing in a row by yourself. Is this jaiz or not? No.
وبه قال حدثنا هناد قال حدثنا أبو الأحوص عن حسين عن هلال بن يساف قال أخذ زياد بن أبي الجعد بيدي ونحن بالرقة فقام بي على شيخ يقال له وابصة بن معبد رضي الله عنه من بني أسد. فقال زياد حدثني هذا الشيخ أن رجلا صلى خلف الصف وحده والشيخ يسمع فأمره رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم أن يعيد الصلاة. وفي الباب عن علي بن شيبان وابن عباس رضي الله عنهم قال أبو عيسى حديث وابصة رضي الله عنه حديث حسن. وقد كره قوم من أهل العلم أن يصلي الرجل خلف الصف وحده وقالوا يعيد إذا صلى خلف الصف وحده. وبه يقول أحمد وإسحاق. وقد قال قوم من أهل العلم تجزئه إذا صلى خلف الصف وحده وهو قول سفيان الثوري وابن المبارك والشافعي. وقد ذهب قوم من أهل الكوفة إلى حديث وابصة بن معبد رضي الله عنه أيضا قالوا من صلى خلف الصف وحده يعيد منهم حماد بن أبي سليمان وابن أبي ليلى ووكيع. وروى حديث حسين عن هلال بن يساف غير واحد مثل رواية أبي الأحوص عن زياد بن أبي الجعد عن وابصة رضي الله عنه. وفي حديث حسين ما يدل على أن هلالا قد أدرك وابصة رضي الله عنه. فاختلف أهل الحديث في هذا فقال بعضهم حديث عمرو بن مرة عن هلال بن يساف عن عمرو بن راشد عن وابصة رضي الله عنه أصح، وقال بعضهم حديث حسين عن هلال بن يساف عن زياد بن أبي الجعد عن وابصة بن معبد رضي الله عنه أصح. قال أبو عيسى وهذا عندي أصح من حديث عمرو بن مرة، لأنه قد روى من غير حديث هلال بن يساف عن زياد بن أبي الجعد عن وابصة بن معبد رضي الله عنه. وبه قال حدثنا محمد بن بشار قال حدثنا محمد بن جعفر قال حدثنا شعبة عن عمرو بن مرة عن زياد بن أبي الجعد عن وابصة رضي الله عنه قال وحدثنا محمد بن بشار قال حدثنا محمد بن جعفر قال حدثنا شعبة عن عمرو بن مرة عن هلال بن يساف عن عمرو بن راشد عن وابصة بن معبد رضي الله عنه أن رجلا صلى خلف الصف وحده، فأمره النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أن يعيد الصلاة. قال أبو عيسى سمعت الجارود يقول سمعت وكيعا يقول إذا صلى الرجل خلف الصف وحده فإنه يعيد.
Right, so the mas'ala that's being highlighted through these riwayat is what exactly is the ruling if a person is praying by himself in a row. So Imam Ahmad and Ishaq, they say the prayer is actually invalid and that person has to repeat the prayer. And their main evidence is the riwayat in this chapter. The Jumhur, Imam Abu Hanifa, Imam Malik, Imam Shafi'i say the prayer is still valid, no problem, but doing so is disliked. Right? Praying in a row by yourself is disliked. Rather, what you should do is pull one person from the row in front of you to join you. That you tap them on the shoulder or you kind of tug on their clothing to pull them back. But if you are in a space or you're in a jama'ah or you're in a community and people are unaware, then perhaps you shouldn't do that because that's going to create confusion and chaos, and maybe the person is going to be like, what in the world are you doing? So then in that case, it'd be better to pray in the row by yourself, and there won't even be any karaha there, right? There won't be any karaha there. But generally speaking, right, it's makruh to pray in a row by yourself for no reason. Now the hadith here is from, he says that from Hilal ibn Yasaf. He said, أخذ زياد بن أبي الجعد بيدي. That Ziyad ibn Abi al-Ja'di took me by the hand, and we were in Raqqa. Raqqa is a place in Iraq. فقام بي على شيخ. And he took me to a sheikh whose name was وابصة بن معبد رضي الله عنه from Bani Asad. فقال Ziyad said to him, حدثني هذا الشيخ, that this old man narrated to me that a man prayed in a row by himself. And the sheikh was listening, meaning Wabisa was listening to him saying this. فأمره رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم أن يعيد الصلاة. And the Messenger of Allah صلى الله عليه وسلم told him to repeat the prayer. Right. So based on this riwayah, again, Imam Ahmad, Ishaq ibn Rahaway, they say that if you do so, your prayer is invalid and you have to repeat it. The Jumhur responded and say, no, this was said taghlidan, tashdeedan. The Prophet ﷺ just showed it to express how it's disliked. وفي الباب, regarding this topic, there's a hadith from Ali ibn Shayban wa ibn Abbas radiyallahu anhum. Imam Tirmidhi says the hadith of Wabisa radiyallahu anh, hadithun hasan. And some scholars have disliked a man praying in a row by himself, and they said, yu'id, that he has to repeat the prayer if he prays in the row by himself, and that is the opinion of Ahmad and Ishaq. وَقَدْ قَالَ قَوْمٌ مِّنْ أَهْلِ الْعِلْمِ. But another group of scholars said, تُجْزِئُهُ, that no, the prayer suffices him. إِذَا صَلَّى خَلْفَ الصَّفِّ وَحْدَ, if he prays in the row by himself. وهو قول سفيان الثوري وابن المبارك والشافعي وأبي حنيفة أيضا رحمه الله. وقد ذهب قوم من أهل الكوفة إلى حديث وابصة بن معبد رضي الله عنه أيضا. But here he highlights that there's some people in Kufa, right? Not the Hanafis, but there's other people in Kufa that adopt the hadith of Wabisa as well. قالوا من صلى خلف الصف وحده يعيد. That whoever prays in a row by himself should repeat the prayer. Among them was Hammad ibn Abi Sulaiman. Hammad ibn Abi Sulaiman. Wabn Abi Layla wa Waki'un. Right, these were three jurists in Kufa, right, who were not Hanafis per se, and this was their opinion. Imam Abu Hanifa didn't agree with this. Imam Abu Hanifa says that is makruh. Warawa, now he's highlighting fawaid hadithiyah. Right? He just mentioned the fiqh opinions. Now he's mentioning a hadith benefit. وروى حديث حسين, right? The same hadith of Hussein from Hilal ibn Yasaf, غير واحد. Right? Several people have narrated the hadith of Hussein from Hilal ibn Yasaf, similar to the riwayah of Abi al-Ahwas from Ziyad ibn Abi Ja'ad from Wabisa. That Ziyad actually met Wabisa. وفي حديث حسين, and in the hadith of Hussein, ما يدل على أن هلالا قد أدرك وابصة. Right? That this hadith proves, it indicates that Hilal definitely met Wabisa. Right? This riwayah itself of Abu al-Hussein, it proves, or sorry, Abu al-Ahwas from Hussein, it proves that Hilal met Wabisa. فاختلف أهل الحديث في هذا. But the scholars of hadith, they differed on this. They differed on Hilal meeting Wabisa or not. فقال بعضهم, some said, حديث عمرو بن مرة عن هلال بن يساف, right? عن هلال بن يساف عن عمرو بن راشد عن وابصة أصح. That there being a person in between Hilal and Wabisa, that's more correct. Right? There being one narrator in between Wabisa and Hilal, that's more correct. وقال بعضهم, no, حديث حسين عن هلال بن يساف عن زياد بن أبي الجعد عن وابصة أصح. قال أبو عيسى وهذا عندي أصح. He's saying this version is more correct to me. Right? The version where يعني Ziyad takes Hilal to see Wabisa is more correct. من حديث عمرو بن مرة لأنه قد روى من غير حديث هلال بن يساف عن زياد بن أبي الجعد عن وابصة بن معبد رضي الله عنه. Then he brings an example of that. For the next one, أن رجلا صلى خلف الصف وحده فأمره النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أن يعيد الصلاة. قال أبو عيسى سمعت الجارود يقول سمعت وكيعا يقول إذا صلى الرجل خلف الصف وحده فإنه يعيد. And that is the opinion of Waki', which he mentioned earlier. واضح؟
نعم. قال باب ما جاء في الرجل يصلي ومعه رجل. وبه قال حدثنا قتيبة قال حدثنا داود بن عبد الرحمن العطار عن عمرو بن دينار عن كريب مولى بن عباس عن ابن عباس رضي الله عنهما قال صليت مع النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم ذات ليلة فقمت عن يساره فأخذ رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم برأسي من ورائي فجعلني عن يمينه. وفي الباب عن أنس رضي الله عنه قال أبو عيسى حديث ابن عباس رضي الله عنهما حديث حسن صحيح والعمل على هذا عند أهل العلم من أصحاب النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم ومن بعدهم. قالوا إذا كان الرجل مع الإمام يقوم عن يمين الإمام.
So when two people are praying in Jama'ah together and there's no one else, then they're supposed to stand next to each other. The Imam on the left, the Muqtadi on the right, but the Muqtadi is supposed to be slightly behind the Imam. And according to the Ahnaf, what's meant by slightly behind is that the toes of the Muqtadi are at the heels of the Imam. Right? The toes of the Muqtadi are at the heels of the Imam. And this hadith is from Ibn Abbas radiallahu anhu, who said, I prayed one night with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Right? This is a famous incident where Ibn Abbas is staying at his khala's home, right? Who is the wife of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam woke up for tahajjud. So then Ibn Abbas woke up as well and he prayed with him. فَقُمْتُ عَنْ يَسَارِي. But I stood to his left. I stood to the left of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. فَأَخَذَ رَسُولُ اللَّهِ صلى الله عليه وسلم بِرَأْسِي مِنْ وَرَائِي. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right, took hold of my head from behind me. Right? فَجَعَلَنِي عَنْ يَمِينِهِ. And he moved me to his right. وَفِي الْبَابِ عَنْ أَنَسٍ. And regarding this topic, there's a hadith from Anas radiallahu anhu. Imam Tabiri says the hadith of Ibn Abbas radiallahu anhuma hadithun hasanun sahihun. And practices upon this according to the scholars among the companions of the Prophet and those that came after them. قالوا إذا كان الرجل مع الإمام يقوم عن يمين الإمام. That when a man is with the Imam, there's only two people in Jama'ah, then he stands to the right of the Imam.
Sheikh, sorry, question about the previous chapter.
Uh-huh.
When they say they should repeat the prayer, it doesn't mean that he's sinful for praying by himself. It just means that he should repeat it.
So the Imam Ahmad and Imam Ishaq say that the prayer doesn't even count. That's why
So he is sinful then.
not necessarily sinful.
Okay.
Not sinful, but they just say that the prayer doesn't count because he's not part of the jama'ah then. Because he's standing by himself and he's not next to anyone in a row, then it's as if he's not part of the jama'ah, so the prayer didn't count. So because it didn't count, he has to repeat it.
Okay. But it's not necessarily his fault. It just so happened to be right.
Correct. Or if the person even does it intentionally.
Okay. قال باب ما جاء في الرجل يصلي مع الرجلين وبه قال حدثنا بندار محمد بن بشار قال حدثنا محمد بن أبي عدي قال أنبأنا إسماعيل بن مسلم عن الحسن عن سمرة بن جندب رضي الله عنه قال أمرنا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إذا كنا ثلاثة أن يتقدمنا أحدنا. وفي الباب عن ابن مسعود وجابر رضي الله عنهما قال أبو عيسى وحديث سمرة رضي الله عنه حديث غريب والعمل على هذا عند أهل العلم قالوا إذا كانوا ثلاثة قام رجلان خلف الإمام. وروي عن ابن مسعود رضي الله عنه أنه صلى بعلقمة والأسود فأقام أحدهما عن يمينه والآخر عن يساره ورواه عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم. وقد تكلم بعض الناس في إسماعيل بن مسلم من قبل حفظه.
So the general way of organizing the jama'ah, if there's 3 people or more, the imam plus 2 is that the imam stands in the front and the 2 people should stand in a row behind him. But if there's a certain circumstance or situation where the space is tight and then unable to do so, then the imam can be in the middle and one person can be to his right, the other person can be to his left. Or if there's, space is strange, then the imam can be to the left and the 2 people can be to his right. All those various scenarios will be jaiz. So from Samurah ibn Jundub radiyallahu anhu said, the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam instructed us that if we were 3 people, أن يتقدمنا أحدنا, that one of us should go in front, meaning the imam should be in front and the 2 people behind. And regarding this topic, this hadith from Ibn Mas'ud and Jabir radiyallahu anhuma, Imam Tirmidhi says the hadith of Samurah radiyallahu anhu hadithun gharibun, and practices upon this according to the scholars. They say if there are 3 people, then the 2 men should stand behind the imam. And it's also narrated from Ibn Mas'ud radiyallahu anhu that he led prayer, he led Alqama and Aswad in prayer. And he made one of them stand to his right and the other to his left. And he narrated that from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. وقد تكلم بعض الناس في إسماعيل ابن مسلم إسماعيل ابن مسلم. Right? Some scholars have criticized and critiqued Ismail ibn Muslim من قبل حفظه, because of his memory, meaning he was not that accurate.
قال باب ما جاء في الرجل يصلي ومعه رجال ونساء. قال حدثنا إسحاق الأنصاري قال حدثنا معن قال حدثنا مالك عن إسحاق بن عبد الله بن أبي طلحة عن أنس بن مالك رضي الله عنه أن جدته مليكة دعت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم لطعام صنعته فأكل منه ثم قال قوموا فلنصلي بكم. قال أنس رضي الله عنه فقمت إلى حصير لنا قد اسود من طول ما لبس فنضحته بالماء فقام عليه رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم وصففت عليه أنا واليتيم وراءه والعجوز من ورائنا فصلى بنا ركعتين ثم انصرف. قال أبو عيسى حديث أنس رضي الله عنه حديث صحيح والعمل عليه عند أهل العلم. قالوا إذا كان مع الإمام رجل وامرأة قام الرجل عن يمين الإمام والمرأة خلفهما. وقد احتج بعض الناس بهذا الحديث في إجازة الصلاة إذا كان الرجل خلف الصف وحده وقالوا إن الصبي لم تكن له صلاة وكان أنس رضي الله عنه خلف النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم وحده وليس الأمر على ما ذهبوا إليه لأن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أقامه مع اليتيم خلفه فلولا أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم جعل لليتيم صلاة لما أقام اليتيم معه ولأقامه عن يمينه وقد روي عن موسى بن أنس عن أنس رضي الله عنه أنه صلى مع النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم فأقامه عن يمينه وفي هذا الحديث دلالة أنه إنما صلى تطوعا أراد إدخال البركة عليهم.
نعم. So generally speaking, when there is a jama'ah where there's both men and women, then first you form the rows of the men and then the rows of the women will be behind them. So from Anas ibn Malik radiyallahu an, anna jaddatahu Mulayka, his grandmother Mulayka invited the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam لطعام صنعته, right, to eat some food that she had prepared. فأكل. So the Prophet ﷺ ate that food. He accepted the invitation. He came over. He ate. ثم قال قوموا فلنصلي بكم. Then he told the people of the household, get up and I will lead you in prayer, right, for the sake of barakah. قال أنس رضي الله عنه فقمت إلى حصير لنا. I went and got a straw mat. Hasir is a straw mat. قد اسود. It had become black and dark. من طول ما لبس. Meaning because of how long it had been used for. It was a worn out straw mat. فنضحته بالماء. I sprinkled it with water to clean it. فقام عليه رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. And the Messenger of Allah صلى الله عليه وسلم stood on it. وصففت عليه أنا واليتيم وراءه. And Yatim and I. Al-Yatim was actually the name of his brother. This doesn't mean an orphan. Al-Yatim and I, my brother and I, we made the row behind him. وَالْعَجُوزُ مِنْ وَرَائِنَا. And the old lady, meaning his grandmother, was behind us. فَصَلَّ بِنَا رَكَعَتَيْنِ. And he led us in 2 rak'ahs, ثُمَّ انصَرَفَ, then he left. قال أبو عيسى حديث أنس رضي الله عنه حديث صحيح. And practices upon this according to the scholars. They say that إِذَا كَانَ مَعَ الْإِمَامِ رَجُلٌ وَامْرَأَةٌ. That if there's a man and a woman along with the imam, قام الرجل عن يمين الإمام. The man will stand to the right of the imam. والمرأة خلفهما. And the woman will be behind them. وقد احتج بعض الناس بهذا الحديث في إجازة الصلاة إذا كان الرجل خلف صف وحده. And he's saying some people, right, have used this hadith as evidence, as proof of prayer being permissible if a man is standing in a row by himself. وقالوا, and they said, إن الصبي لم تكن له صلاة. That a sabi, a minor, he's not obligated to pray. وكان أنس رضي الله عنه خلف النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم وحده. And in this scenario, that means Anas رضي الله عنه was in the row by himself because that yatim was a minor, his brother was a minor, and his prayer doesn't really count. But then Imam Tirmidhi says, وَلَيْسَ الْأَمْرُ عَلَى مَا ذَهَبُوا إِلَيْهِ. But that's not how we understand this. لأن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أقامه مع اليتيم خلفه. That the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم himself, right, made Anas رضي الله عنه stand with al-yatim behind him. فلولا أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم جعل لليتيم صلاة لما أقام اليتيم معه ولا أقامه عن يمينه. And if that were the case, he wouldn't have told Anas رضي الله عنه to stand with the yatim. He would have told Anas to stand next to him. And it's narrated from Musa ibn Anas, from Anas رضي الله عنه, that he prayed with the Prophet ﷺ, and the Prophet ﷺ made him stand to his right. That's in another scenario, when they're just praying together by themselves. وفي هذا الحديث دلالة أنه إنما صلى تطوعا. In the hadith, yani the first hadith of Anas, right, there's a dalala that he led them in a voluntary prayer, because only prayed 2 rak'ahs. He led them in a nafila in their home. أراد إدخال البركة عليهم. Because he wanted to bring barakah into their home. Right? For the sake of barakah, he led them in a nafila at their home. And that is the proof of the jumhur that it's permissible to pray nafila in jama'ah, as opposed to the ahnaf who say that it's makruh. It's disliked to pray nawafil in jama'ah. All right. Any questions on any of these riwayat? All right, take a 5-minute break and then we'll do fiqh inshallah. So 5 minutes and we'll come back and do the ikhtiyar. All right. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala Rasulillah wa ba'd. We are still on باب المسح على الخفين and وصلنا إلى قول المصنف رحمه الله فإذا مضت المدة نزعهما وغسل رجليه لما بينا. Continue reading, yeah. زينب بسم الله.
قال فإذا مضت المدة نزعهما وغسل رجليه لما بينا. وخروج القدم إلى الساق نزع لأنه لا يمكنه المشي فيه كذلك ولو خرج بعضه. قال أبو حنيفة رضي الله عنه إن خرج أكثر عقبه إلى الساق بطل مسحه لما تقدم. وقال أبو يوسف رحمه الله ما لم يخرج أكثر القدم إلى الساق لا يبطل لأن للأكثر حكم الكل. قال محمد رحمه الله إن بقي من القدم مقدار 3 أصابع لم يبطل لبقاء محل المسح.
So he's highlighting that there are additional causes that cause the wiping to be nullified. One of them is taking the sock off, and the other is the time period expiring. Now he's highlighting فَإِذَا مَضَتِ الْمُدَّةُ, that once the time period expires, meaning if you're a resident, the 24 hours, if you're a traveler, the 72 hours, نَزَعُهُمَا, all he has to do is take his socks off, وَغَسَلَ رِجْلَيْهِ, and wash his feet. That's if he still has wudu, he hasn't nullified his wudu. Basically what he's saying is that when the time period expires, it's as if the hadath that didn't go to his feet now reached his feet. So all he has to do is take the socks off and wash his feet, and he's good to go. Lima bayyana, because of what we have already explained. But he says, وَخُرُوجُ الْقَدَمِ إِلَى السَّاقِ نَزْعٌ, and the foot, right, the foot coming out of the sock, right, the foot coming out of the sock from the direction of the shin or the direction of the calf, meaning like normally, how you take your foot out counts as taking it off. لِأَنَّهُ لَا يُمْكِنُهُ الْمَشْيُ فِيهِ, because now it's not possible to walk in that sock because your foot is out of it. وَكَذَلِكَ وَلَوْ خَرَجَ بَعْضُهُ, if a portion of the foot comes out. And then there's nuanced differences of what portion is considered the foot to be completely out. So قال أبو حنيفة رحمه الله إن خرج أكثر عقبه إلى الساق, if the majority of his heel has come out of the sock, or in the direction of the calf or the shin, بطل مسحه, then his wiping becomes invalid. لما تقدم, because of what we explained already. وقال أبو يوسف ما لم يخرج أكثر القدم إلى الساق لا يبطل, as long as the majority of the foot, right, as long as the majority of the foot doesn't come out, then the wiping will not be invalid, because he uses the principle لأن للأكثر حكم الكل, that the majority takes the ruling of the entirety, right? The majority of something takes the ruling of the entirety. So he says it counts as the foot coming out only if the majority of the foot has come out. وقال محمد رحمه الله إن بقي من القدم مقدار 3 أصابع, that if the surface area of 3 toes remains, right, in the sock, لم يبطل, it does not become invalid. لبقاء محل المس, because that's how much needs to be wiped, because that's how much that's required to be wiped. And this is just being extra detailed of what is meant. The khulasa is that if your foot comes out of the sock, the wiping becomes invalid.
Can you reframe that last part? So if your toes remain, it is still valid?
The surface area. If the surface area of 3 toes of your foot is still inside the sock, the wiping doesn't become invalid.
But doesn't that still mean that the majority is outside the sock?
It does. That's what Imam Muhammad's opinion. Imam Muhammad
Okay. So it's just different.
Correct. Imam Abu Yusuf says majority.
So is this where I remember that had stuff a long time ago, that like they would say when you're talking about like what counts as khuffain, they talk about like 3 fingers, like it's either they talk about like a hole.
The holes, yeah, the holes.
Fingers, which is the same surface area concept.
Correct.
Okay, even though that's not your normal thing.
Yeah, because that's I mean no, that is his opinion. That's how much is required to be wiped. Right, the amount of the khuf that's required to be wiped is the surface area, 3 toes. Now he's going to mention miscellaneous masail relating to المسح على الخفين.
قال ولو مسح مسافر ثم أقام بعد يوم وليلة نزع لأن الثلاث مدة السفر ولا سفر فلا يجوز قبل ذلك يتمم يوما وليلة لأنه مقيم فيستكمل مدة الإقامة.
Right, he's saying hypothetically speaking, مسح مسافر, that a traveler began wiping. So he has 72 hours. ثم أقام بعد يوم وليلة. And then he became a resident after one day and night. نزع. He should take his socks off now and wash his feet. Because he's become a resident and he's already exceeded the time limit of the resident. لأن الثلاثة مدة السفر. Because the 3 days and nights is the time limit for travel. ولا سفر. And he's no longer traveling. فلا يجوز. So it's not permissible. وقبل ذلك. But before that, if he became a resident before one day and one night were complete, يتمم يوما وليلة. He can continue wiping until one day and night are complete. لأنه مقيم, because he's a resident. فيستكمل مدة الإقامة. So he can complete the time period, the time limit of being a resident.
ولو مسح مقيم ثم سافر قبل يوم وليلة تمم مدة المسافر لأنه مسافر، فإن الحكم يتعلق بآخر الوقت كما في المسألة المتقدمة، بخلاف ما إذا سافر بعد يوم وليلة، لأن الحدث سرى إلى الرجل فلا بد من الغسل.
And if a resident wipes, right? If a resident starts wiping, and now the clock starts 24 hours, ثم سافر, then he travels قبل يوم وليلة, before the night and day are done, and before the 24 hours are complete, تمم مدة السفر. He can complete the time for traveling. He can continue wiping for up to 72 hours, 3 days and nights. Why? لأنه مسافر, because he's become a traveler now. فإن الحكم, because the ruling is connected to the last time, just as in the previous mas'ala. بخلاف ما إذا سافر بعد يوم وليلة, as opposed to if you traveled after one day and night were complete, because now the ritual impurity has spread to his foot. So فلا بد من الغسل, it has to be washed.
قال ولا يجوز المسح على العمامة والقلنسوة والبرقع والقفازين واللفافة، لأن المسح ثبت في الخفين للحرج ولا حرج في نزع هذه الأشياء.
قال ولا يجوز المسح على العمامة. It is not permissible to wipe over your turban. Right? Some people might do this false analogy, this false qiyas, that because you can do mash ala al-khuffayn, that means you can also do mash ala al-imama. He says no, it's not permissible to wipe on your turban instead of wiping your head. Nor is it permissible to wipe over your qalansuwa. Qalansuwa is your cap. Wal burqu'i, the face veil, the niqab. Wal quffazaini, gloves. Wal lifafa, a cloak. لأن المسح ثبت في الخفين للحرج. Because wiping on leather socks is established because of haraj, that there's haraj in taking them off repeatedly. ولا حرج في نزع هذه الأشياء, but there's no haraj in taking off these articles of clothing, whether it's a cap, a turban, your face veil, your gloves, etc.
You want to make the argument there is haraj in things like face veil or turban. I mean, obviously not like has anyone tried to do that from a scholarly perspective?
No.
Because that goes back to the whole thing. So like you're saying rationally, because kind of different things haraj to other things, as opposed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala supposed to and the process of that.
Correct. No one makes that argument. No.
قال ويجوز المسح على الجبائر وليس بفرض عند أبي حنيفة رضي الله عنه، وهو الصحيح، حتى لو تركه من غير ضرر جاز. وقال لا يجوز لهما ما روي أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أمر عليا رضي الله عنه حين كسرت زنده يوم أحد بالمسح عليها وقياسا على الخف، وله أن المسح بدل عن الغسل ولا يجب غسل ما تحت الجبيرة لو ظهر بخلاف ما تحت الخف. وحديث علي رضي الله عنه لا يوجب الفرضية لأنه خبر أحد.
ويجوز المسح على الجبائر, and it is permissible to wipe over bandages and casts. Al-jaba'ir is the plural of the word jabira. Jabira can refer to a bandage. It can also refer to a cast. وَلَيْسَ بِفَرْضٍ عِنْدَ أَبِي حَنِيفَةَ رَحِمَهُ اللَّهِ, but it's not fard according to Abu Hanifa rahimahullah. Meaning if you have a cast on your arm, if you have a bandage over a wound, you're not required to wipe over it, but it's permissible to do so. You're supposed to wash around whatever you can wash and just avoid the bandage or the cast. And if you want, you can wipe over it, but it's not fard.
I thought we said earlier that like you're supposed to still wash underneath it if it's not harmful.
If it's not harmful. If it's not
But
harmful.
the way this is phrased makes it seem as if you have a damage, it's fine to wipe over it.
Meaning if you can't undo it, if there's haraj in undoing it because there's an open wound, or there's a your arm is broken, it's in a cast, you can't take the cast off. Right. وَهُوَ الصَّحِيحُ, and that is the correct position of the madhab, meaning it's jaiz, it's not fard. It's you can wipe, but it's not required to wipe. حَتَّى لَوْ تَرَكَهُ مِنْ غَيْرِ ضَرَرٍ جَازٍ. Right. Even if a person leaves wiping over the cast or the bandage and there's no harm, it's still permissible because it's not fard. You're not required to wipe over your bandage. You're not required to wipe over the cast. Make sense?
So this is different from what I was saying, right? He's not saying that leave it, it's okay to leave it on if there's no.
That's different. This is if there's an open wound. Right? You have a bandage because there's an open wound, and obviously washing is going to cause it harm. Or you have a broken arm and you can't take the cast off. So in that case, he's saying if you want, you can wipe over the cast. If you want, you just leave it. No problem. That's the position of Abu Hanifa. And Imam Mawsili says that's the correct position of the madhab.
Like for example, with the bandages, it's not like
Take it off.
but it's technically covered. But it's not because it wouldn't harm you. That it's not like a reason.
Now, وقال, the Sahiban say no, لا يجوز. They say you have to do it. You have to wipe. The Sahiban say you have to wipe. Why? لهما ما روي. Their argument is based on what's narrated, that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam instructed Ali radiallahu anhu when he broke his forearm during the Battle of Uhud to wipe over his cast. Right, that's one thing. They use this nas that Ali radiallahu anhu was told by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam to wipe over his cast. وَقِيَاسًا عَلَى الْخُفْ, and they also do qiyas on the what? On the khuf. وَلَهُ, Imam Abu Hanifa says no. أَنَّ الْمَسْحَ بَدَلٌ عَنِ الْغَسْلِ, that wiping is a replacement. It's a replacement for washing. وَلَا يَجِبُ غَسْلُ مَا تَحْتَ الْجَبِيرَةِ لَوْ ظَهَرَ, and wiping or washing what's underneath the bandage is not wajib if it were to be apparent, because it's an open wound, it's going to cause harm. Right? So that means you don't have to wipe over it. بِخِلَافِ مَا تَحْتَ الْخُفْ, as opposed to what's underneath the sock. The difference is, he's saying this is qiyas ma'al farid. The qiyas doesn't work, because if your foot is exposed, you have to wash it. If your wound is exposed, you don't have to wash it. Right? وَحَدِيثُ عَلِيٍّ لَا يُوجِبُ الْفَرْضِيَّةِ, and on top of that, the hadith of Ali cannot create fardiyah, because it's khabaru ahad, it's a solitary report.
قال ويجوز وإن شدها على غير وضوء لأن في اعتباره حرجا ولأن غسل ما تحتها سقط بخلاف ما تحت الخفين.
قال ويجوز, right, and it's even permissible to wipe over the bandage or wipe over the cast إن شدها على غير وضوء, even if it was tied or put on without having wudu. Even though you didn't make wudu before wrapping the bandage, or even though you didn't have wudu before putting the cast on, and now you're making wudu, you can still wipe over it, no problem. لأن في اعتباره حرجا, because in giving consideration to have wudu before putting the cast on or the bandage, there's haraj. وَلِأَنَّ غَسْلَ مَا تَحْتَهَا سَقَطَ. And because wiping what's underneath the bandage fall off, dropped off, as opposed to what is under the khuf, meaning your feet. You still have to wash them if they're exposed. فَإِن سَقَطَتْ عَنْ بُرْءٍ بَطَلَ.
فإن سقطت عن برء بطل لأن المسح للعذر وقد زال، بخلاف ما إذا سقطت لا عن برء لأن العذر باق، وإن كانت الجبيرة زائدة على رأس الجرح فإن كان حل الخرقة وغسل ما تحتها يضره مسح على الكل، وإن كان لا يضره ذلك غسل ما حول الجراحة ومسح عليها لا على الخرقة، وإن كان يضره المسح دون الحل مسح على الخرقة التي على الجرح وغسل حواليها وما تحت الخرقة الزائدة، لأن جواز المسح للضرورة فيتقدر بقدرها. وهذا التفصيل عن الحسن بن زياد رحمه الله. وهكذا الكلام في عصابة الفصاد والقروح والجراحات. وعلى هذا لو وضع على شقاق رجله دواء لا يصل الماء تحته يجري الماء على ظاهر الدواء لما ذكرنا، والله أعلم.
فإن سقطت عن برء بطل. If the bandage falls off because the wound is healed. And bur'in means that the wound has healed. Right? It says batala. Then the wiping becomes invalid. And now you're required to wash it because the wound has healed. لأن المسح للعذر. Because wiping over that bandage was because of a valid excuse. وقد زال. And now that excuse is gone. The wound has become healed. بخلاف ما إذا سقطت لا عن برء. As opposed to if the bandage fell off, but the wound is not healed. لأن العذر باق. Because the excuse remains. وإن كانت الجبيرة زائدة على رأس الجرح. And if the jabira, if the bandage is in excess of the head of the wound, meaning there's the wound that's being covered by the bandage, but then there's excess, there's extra bandage that's covering your skin that doesn't have a wound on it. He says, فَإِنْ كَانَ حَلُّ الْخِرْقَةِ وَغَسْلُ مَا تَحْتَهَا يَضُرُّهُ مَسَحَ عَلَى الْكُلِّ. If opening that bandage and washing what's underneath it will cause him harm, he can just wipe over the entire bandage, no problem. وَإِنْ كَانَ لَا يَضُرُّهُ ذَلِكَ. And if untying the bandage doesn't cause him harm, غَسَلَ مَا حَوْلَ الْجِرَاحَةِ. He should wash what's around the wound still. He doesn't have to wash the wound, but should wash what's around it. وَمَسَحَ عَلَيْهَا لَا عَلَى الْخِرْقَةِ. And then he wipes over the wound, not on the bandage. وَإِنْ كَانَ يَضُرُّهُ الْمَسْحِ. And if wiping it دون الحل, if wiping it without untying it causes us harm, مسح على الخرقة التي على الجرح وغسل حواليها وما تحت الخرقة الزائدة. Then he will wipe on the bandage itself that's on the wound, and he will wash what's around it and what's underneath the extra bandage. لأن جواز المسح للضرورة. Because the permissibility of wiping is for need, necessity. فيتقدر بقدرها. And that's going to be an asl that you study in usul al-shash. الضرورة تتقدر بقدر الضرورة. Right? The necessity is limited to its extent. وهذا التفصيل, and all of these details are from Al-Hasan ibn Ziyad rahimahullah. وهكذا الكلام في عصابة الفصاد. And he's saying the same discussion, the same rulings apply to wounds that come from if you were to like donate blood, or if you were to get a blood test. All right. والقروح, قرح is like it's a boil, it's like a pimple, whatever, if it's bleeding. والجراحات, and other wounds. وعلى هذا, and based upon what we just said, لو وضع على شقاق رجله دواء. If a person puts medicine on the cracks in his feet, like on the heels, if you have cracked heels, and you put some sort of medicine there, لا يصل الماء إلى ما تحته. And water doesn't go underneath that medicine, and it creates an impermeable barrier. Right? That medicine creates a barrier that doesn't allow water to go through it. يجري الماء على ظاهر الدواء. No problem. You just cause the water to flow over the medicine, no problem. لماذا كان? It's like having a bandage over it. واضح؟ So that is باب المسح على الخفين. All right, so now he's done with the discussion of wudu, ghusl, and things connected to it. So we did wudu, we did ghusl, we did tayammum, we did mas'h ala al-khuffayn. Now he's going to go into ahkam al-hayd wal-istihada wal-nifas. Right, those issues of tahara that are specific to sisters. نعم اقرأ يا أفراز بسم الله.
الحيض في اللغة السيلان يقال حاوت الأرنب إذا سال منها الدم وحاضت الشجرة إذا سال منها الصمت وفي الشرع سيلان دم مخصوص من موضع مخصوص في وقت معلوم والدماء ثلاثة حيض وهو الدم الذي تصير المرأة به بالغة بابتدائه الممتد إلى وقت معلوم. قال له الكرخي رحمه الله قال صلى الله عليه وسلم لا صلاة لحائض إلا بثمار أي بالغة. وقال الإمام أبو بكر محمد بن الفضل البخاري رحمه الله الحيض هو الدم الذي ينقضه رحمه المرأة السليمة عن الصغر والداء واستحاضة وهو دم قريب من البلد دون رحم ولباس وما يحدث مع ولد أو عقيبة.
So Al-Imam Al-Mawsili rahimahullah, he's opening the chapter by defining the term linguistically and then shar'an, linguistically and technically. Al-Haydu fil lugha as-sayalan. Linguistically, it means to flow, right? As-sayalan, to flow. Yuqalu, it is said, hadat al-arnab, that the arnab has had hayd. إذا سال منها الدم, when blood flows from the rabbit. وحاضت الشجرة, that the shajara has hayd. إذا سال منها الصمغ, when sap, right? When sap flows from the tree. So the linguistic meaning of hayd is sayalan. وفي الشرع, according to the sharia, سيلان دم مخصوص. It's the flow of specific blood from a specific place during a known time, which is basically the menstrual cycle. Right? Hayd is the term for the menstrual cycle, which refers to menstrual blood that's coming from the womb, and it happens during a specific time period. وَالدِّمَاءُ ثَلَاثٌ. Right? Then Imam Al-Mawsili says that there are three types of blood, basically that have rulings connected to them for women. Number one, haydun. And in al-awwal, damul hayd, right? The blood of menstruation. وَهُوَ الدَّمُ الَّذِي تَصِيرُ الْمَرْأَةُ بِهِ بَالِغَةً. And that is the blood with which a woman becomes an adult. Now, when it happens for the first time, that's when she becomes an adult. بِابْتِدَائِهِ الْمُمْتَدِ إِلَى وَقْتٍ مَعْلُومٍ. Right? When it begins in an extended fashion until a known appointed time, meaning 3 days or up to 10 days. قاله الكرخي, that's how Imam al-Karkhi defines it. قال عليه السلام, the Prophet ﷺ said, لا صلاة لحائض إلا بخمار. There's no prayer for a ha'id except with a head covering. And what's meant by ha'id here is baligha. Right? What's meant by ha'id in this hadith is a baligha, someone who's an adult. وقال الإمام أبو بكر محمد بن الفضل البخاري رحمه الله الحيض. And this is the standard definition. Right? This is the standard definition of the fuqaha, even amongst the ahnaf. هو الدم الذي ينفضه رحم المرأة السليمة عن الصغر والداء. Right? It's the blood that flows from the womb of a healthy woman, and she's healthy and free from being a minor. She's not a minor. And adda, it's not because of an illness or sickness. Then istihada huwa الدم الخارج من الفرج دون الرحم. Right? This is the blood that comes from the private part, not the womb. Now that was according to the understanding of the fuqaha in the past, but according to most medical experts in the modern era and most gynecologists or whatever, they say that there's no difference in the source of the blood. When it comes to hayd, when it comes to istihada, the source and the location of the bleeding is the same. The only difference is the time. But earlier on in the past, during the era of the fuqaha, and even during the time of the Prophet ﷺ, the assumption is that istihada was irregular bleeding because of a ruptured vein that's outside the womb. right? But that is not necessarily accurate. The only difference between hayd and istihada is the time then. النفاس is the postnatal bleeding. وهو ما يخرج مع الولد أو عقيبه. That is the blood that flows along with the child or after childbirth. نعم.
في قوله صلى الله عليه وسلم أقل العلم من جارية يسير الطيب 3 أيام بلياليها وأكثره 10 أيام رحمه الله أقله يومان وأكثر ثالث إقامة الأكثر مقام الكل ولا اعتبار به لأنه يشرع.
نعم. وأقل الحيض 3 أيام ولياليها. The minimum duration of hayd is 3 nights and days. وأكثره, and the maximum duration is 10 days and nights. Because of the statement of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, أقل الحيض للجارية البكر والثيب 3 أيام بلياليها وأكثره 10 أيام. So we have a nas for this. Right? The Ahnaf, we use this particular nas, we use this particular hadith for our position of there being a minimum duration and a maximum duration. Minimum 3, maximum 10. Abu Yusuf rahimah says, أقله يومان وأكثر الثالث. Imam Abu Yusuf disagreed slightly. He said that no, the minimum is 2 complete days and the majority of the third. إقامة للأكثر مقام الكل. Using that principle that the majority takes the ruling of the entirety. But we say here, ولا اعتبارا, that we don't give consideration to this qiyas, we don't give consideration to this principle, لأنه تنقيص, because that's diminishing عن تقدير الشرع, the limit that was appointed by the Sharia, which is the nas. So minimum duration 3 days, maximum duration 10 days. نعم.
وما نقص عن أقله أو زاد على أكثره وما تراه الحامل استحاله وما لا يمنع الصوم والاستثناء وما تراه المرأة من الأولاد التي في خالص يسير أعلاه وهذا يسير أسفله فيجب
You went from the sharh to the matan. You went from the sharh to the matan. So go back to وما نقص عن أقله وزاد عن أكثره. وما نقص عن أقله وزاد على أكثره استحاضة.
قال وما نقص عن أقله أو زاد على أكثره استحاضة لأنه زائد على تقدير الشرع فلا يكون حيضا وليس بنفاس فيكون استحاضة لأن الدماء خارجة من الرحم منحصرة في هذه الثلاثة. قال وما ترى من حافظ استحاضة لأنها لا تحيض لأن بالحمل ينسد فم الرحم ويصير دم الحيض غذاء للجنين فلا يكون حيضا.
So قال وما نقص عن أقله. Whatever bleeding is seen for less than the minimum duration. وزاد على أكثره, and whatever bleeding is seen in addition to the maximum limit, istihada. So if the bleeding is less than 3 days, it's istihada. If the bleeding is more than 10 days, it's istihada. Why? لأنه زائد على تقدير الشرع. Because that is in excess of the measurement of the Sharia. Right. فلا يكون حيضا, so it can't be hayd because hayd is from 3 to 10. وليس بنفاس, and it's obviously not nifas because it's not after childbirth. فيكون استحاضة, so it has to be استحاضة. لأن الدماء الخارجة من الرحم منحصرة في هذه الثلاثة. Because the blood that comes from the womb is limited to these 3 types. It's either hayd, istihada, or nifas. وما تراه الحامل استحاضة, and the blood that a pregnant woman sees is classified as istihada. Right? If a pregnant woman happens to bleed, it counts as istihada. لأنها لا تحيض, because a pregnant woman doesn't have menstrual cycles. ولأن بالحمل ينسد فم الرحم, and because as a result of the pregnancy, the mouth of the womb has been closed. ويسير دم الحيض غذاء للجنين. And the blood of menstruation becomes nourishment for the fetus. فلا يكون حيضا. So it can't be حيض. It's classified as استحاضة. وهو لا
وهو لا يمنع الصوم ولا الصلاة والقرآن لقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم للمستحاضة توضئي وصلي وإن قدر الدم على الحسن قدرا. وفي الحديث الآخر إنما هو دم حيض إنزجر فلا يمنعك الرعاة.
نعم. And وهو meaning دم الاستحاضة. Right, the blood of istihada does not prevent fasting, nor prayer, nor intercourse, because of the statement of the Prophet ﷺ to the mustahada that make wudu and pray, and even if the blood drops on your straw mat, meaning that bleeding doesn't have specific rules to it in terms of dropping off the obligation of prayer or excusing the obligation of fasting, etc., or prohibiting being intimate with one's spouse. وفي حديث آخر in another hadith إنما هو دم علق انفجر. It's only the blood of a vein that has ruptured. فلا يمنعك الرعاة. So it does not prevent praying and fasting just like a nosebleed.
So okay, so he's getting into this, but is this talking about the first time, like before we talk about establishing article? Like isn't that usually the rule for hey, the habit is the same? Like you go to period time.
Yes, so this is he's just saying istihada. If it's determined to be istihada, then these rulings apply.
Okay. But like the whole implication of it being istihada, isn't that contingent on what your habit is? So if you don't
Essentially. If you already have a regular habit, or you know that it's been less than 2 days, it's been more than 10 days, it's istihada. Or if she's pregnant and she's bleeding, it's istihada. Based off the determination.
So like when you talk about nifas, for example, like so it's your first child and you don't have RMS, so don't they say it's basically the 3 to 10 and then the rest of the istihada. And then
For nifas, no. Nifas, the minimum is no minimum. For nifas, there's no minimum, maximum is 40.
Yes. قال وما تراه المرأة من الألوان في مدة حيضها حيضا حتى ترى البياض الخالص لما روي أن النساء كن يعرضن الكراسف على عائشة رضي الله عنها فكانت إذا رأت القدوة قالت لا حتى ترين القصة البيضاء أي البياض الخالص. وقال ابن رحمه الله لا تكون القدرة حيضا إلا ما تقدم لأن القدرة ما يتجدد وأول الشيء لا يتجدد ولنا ما روينا عن عائشة رضي الله عنها من غير فصل لأنها من ألوان الدم فسواء كانت أولا أو آخرا كغيرها من الألوان من غير فصل ولأنها من ألوان الدم فسواء كانت أولا أو آخرا كغيرها من الألوان. وكل أول الشيء إلا أن يتكبر قلنا أن نقول إن هذا أول وهذا إنما يكون في إناء يسير من أعلاه وهذا يسير من أسفله فيجب أن تكون القدرة أولا كالجرة يثقب أسفلها فإنه يسير كذا أولا كذا هذا. وحكم الحيض والاستحاضة والنفاس إنما يثبت بخروج الدم إلى الفرج الخارج لأنه ما يدخل فيه بعدين.
نعم. وما تراه المرأة من الألوان في مدة حيضها حيضا. That whatever colors a woman sees during the period of the cycle, right? During the menstrual cycle, haydun, it gets classified as hayd. It doesn't matter what color the discharge is. If it's red, brown, black, doesn't make a difference. Right? Whatever color she sees, it counts as hayd, as long as it's muddatul hayd, as long as it's the cycle. حتى ترى البياض الخالص, until she sees pure white. And basically this pure white is referring to like if she's using some sort of cotton pad or a cloth or something, right? Like when you check it, if there's any color on it, that discharge, regardless of what color it might be, it's hayd. But if it's clear, if it's white, there's no color to it, that means it's come to an end. Why? Because of what has been narrated, that women used to show their karasif. Karasif, you can understand it as like a pad. They used to show their pads to Aisha radiallahu anha. Right? It's actually a piece of cotton that they would tie down there, right, to capture the discharge. وَكَانَتْ إِذَا رَأَتِ الْقُدْرَةِ, when she would see kudra, kudra means to be murky, like a murky brownish color, like a muddy color. I should say, no, you're still on your cycle. حَتَّى تَرَيْنَ الْقَصَّةَ الْبَيْضَةَ, until you see pure white. al-bayad al-khalisa. Right? So that's the Hanafi position. The Hanafi saying that we don't give any consideration to the color. Anything that's seen during the hayd is hayd. Right? وقال أبو يوسف Abu Yusuf rahimahullah slightly disagreed. He said لا تكون القدرة حيضا إلا بعد الدم. That the qudra, this brownish color, right? This brownish color, this muddy color, this cloudy color, it does not count as hayd unless it's seen after bleeding, unless it's seen after like the color of blood. لأن القدرة ما يتكدر. Because qudra, linguistically, and how they understand it, is what becomes cloudy. وَأَوَّلُ الشَّيْء لَا يَتَكَدَّرُ. And the beginning of something won't be cloudy, won't have that like sediment in it. وَلَنَا, we counter argue and say, look, مَا رَوَيْنَا عَنْ عَائِشَةٍ مِنْ غَيْرِ فَصْلٍ. We have what has been narrated from Aisha radiallahu anha without any distinction of the qudra being at the beginning or the end, doesn't matter. وَلِأَنَّهَا مِنْ أَلْوَانِ الدَّمِ. And also because qudra is one of the colors of menstrual blood. فَسَوَاءٌ كَانَتْ أَوَّلًا أَوْ آخِرًا كَغَيْرِهَا مِنَ الْأَلْوَانِ. So it's equal if that qudra is seen at the beginning or at the end, just like any other color of blood. وَقَوْلُهُ أَوَّلُ الشَّيْء لَا يَتَكَدَّرُ. And as for his argument, that the initial color of a fluid won't be cloudy, won't have sediments in it. قُلْنَا لِمَا قُلْتَ إِنَّ هَذَا أَوَّلُهُ. Right? Why are you saying that this color is the beginning of it? وَهَذَا إِنَّمَا يَكُونُ فِي إِنَاءٍ يَسِيلُ مِنْ أَعْلَاهُ. That's only the case if you're pouring a fluid out of the top of a container. That when you pour a fluid from the top of the container, the initial fluid that comes out will have any sediments in it. The sediments all at the bottom. Right? وَهَذَا يَسِيلُ مِنْ أَسْفَلِ. As for the blood of menstruation, it's not the top of the container, it's the bottom. They say the womb is like flipped upside down. This is all, you can all counter argue all this. فَيَجِبُ أَن تَكُونَ الْقُدْرَةُ أَوَّلًا كَالْجَرَّةِ تَنْثَقِبُ مِنْ أَسْفَلِهَا. So that means that the qudra is actually initial, just like a jar or that you have punctured from the bottom. فَإِنَّهُ تَسِيلُ الْقُدْرَةُ أَوَّلًا كَذَا هَذَا. وَحُكْمُ الْحَيْضِ وَالْإِسْتِحَاضَةِ وَالنِّفَاسِ. And the rulings associated with the hayd, istihada, and nifas, they are established when the blood comes to the outside of the private part. إِلَى الْفَرْجِ الْخَارِجِ. لِأَنَّهُ مَا لَمْ يَظْهَرْ. Because when it doesn't become apparent on the outside, فَهُوَ فِي مَعْدِنِهِ. It's still considered to be in its place.
قال الطهر المتخلل بمدة حيض لأن مدة نافذة لو عارض بالدم فاعتبر أولها وآخرها.
والطهر المتخلل في المدة حيض. And the interspersing purity during the hayd itself counts as hayd. Meaning the entire, 3 to 10 days, however long the cycle is, right? She's not going to be bleeding the entire time. So if there is some, interspersing purity in that period, it still counts as hayd. لأن المدة لا تستوعب بالدم. Because the entire period, there won't be bleeding for the entire period. فاعتبر أولها وآخرها. So it's given consideration as the beginning and end, just like the nisab for zakat. When it comes for zakat and the nisab, you only look at the beginning of the year and the end of the year. What happens in between, you don't really care unless it goes all the way to zero. But for same thing for hayd, you look at the beginning of the cycle and the end of the cycle. Anything that happens in between is also automatically classified as hayd.
قال ويسقط عن الحائض الصلاة أصلا ويكلم عليها الصوم فيقضيه لقول عائشة رضي الله عنها كن النساء على عهد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يقضين الصوم ولا يقضين الصلاة لأن الصلاة تتكرر في كل شهر وكل يوم فتخرج في القضاء والصوم في السنة مرة فلا حرج.
نعم. وهو يسقط عن الحائض الصلاة أصلا. And it drops off the obligation of prayer from a woman on her cycle, aslan. And she's not even obligated to pray. When a woman is on her cycle, she is not obligated to perform salah. That's why she does not have to make it up. وَيُحَرِّمُ عَلَيْهَا الصَّوْمَ فَتَقْضِيهِ. But it makes fasting unlawful for her, so she has to make them up. Why? لِقَوْلِ عَائِشَةَ رَضِيَ اللَّهُ عَنْهَا. Because of the statement of Aisha رضي الله عنها, that women during the time of the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to make up the fast, not make up the prayer. Right? That's the what we call ad-dalilun naqli. That is the transmitted proof. That's the nas. Then he brings ad-dalilul aqli. He brings a rational argument. وَلِأَنَّ الصَّلَاةَ تَتَكَرَّرُ فِي كُلِّ شَهْرٍ. And because prayer is repeated, right, several times every month. You have to pray 5 times a day, every single day. وَكُلِّ يَوْمٍ, and repeats every day. فَتَحْرَجُ فِي الْقَضَى. So there's haraj in qada. There's unnecessary difficulty. There's undue hardship in making up the missed prayers because of the cycle. وَالصَّوْمُ فِي السَّنَةِ مَرَّةً. But the obligation of fasting is only once a year, in the month of Ramadan. And most likely in that month of Ramadan, she might only get her cycle once. فَلَا حَرَجَ. So there's no haraj. There's no undue hardship or undue difficulty in making up the fast.
ويحرم وقتها لقوله تعالى ولا تقربوهن حتى يكون والنهي لتحريم وطئها في حين ضائعين أثما ويكفيهما الاستغفار والتوبة لقول السنة رضي الله عنه لمن سأل عن ذلك استغفر الله ولا تعود إن كان أحد طائعا والآخر مكرها أثم طائع وأكثر غالب الفتاوى هذا في الحيض ويسحب أن يتصدق بدينار أو بدينار في معنى إن كان في أول الحيض فدينار وفي آخره نصفه وقيل إن كان الدم أسود فدينار وإن كان أصفر فنصفه من جميع ذلك ورد الدين.
ويحرم وقتها, and having intercourse with her is haram. لقوله تعالى ولا تقربوهن حتى يطهرن, and do not come close to them, do not come near to them, meaning don't be intimate with them until they are pure. والنهي للتحريم هذا أصل من أصولنا. Right, this is one of our principles, that النهي للتحريم. Right, unless there's some reason that will take it away from the prohibition and drop it to the category of being makruh. وإن وطئها في الحيض. Right, if he has intercourse with her while she's on her cycle, طائعين, and both of them do so willingly, أثما, both of them will be sinful. وَيَكْفِيهِمَا الْإِسْتِغْفَارُ وَالتَّوْبَةُ, and istighfar and tawbah will suffice them. Right, for committing this sin, doing istighfar and tawbah is sufficient, at least according to the Hanafis. لِقَوْلِ الصِّدِّيقِ رَضِيَ اللَّهُ عَنْهُ, because of the statement of Abu Bakr رضي الله عنه, when he was asked about that, he said, استغفر الله ولا تعد, that seek forgiveness from Allah and don't do it again. وَإِنْ كَانَ أَحَدُهُمَا طَائِعًا وَالْآخَرُ مُكْرَهًا, and if one of them did so willingly and the other was coerced, أَثِمَ الطَّائِعُ وَحْدَهُ, then only the one who did it willingly will be sinful. قَالَ فِي الْفَتَاوَى وَهَذَا فِي الْحُكْمِ. Right, that is the ruling. Right, the ruling is that it's a sin and you have to do istighfar and tawbah, but وَيُسْتَحَبْ, right, morally, ethically, it's recommended أَنْ يَتَصَدَّقَ بِدِينَارٍ, right, to give charity of 1 dinar, like we covered in Tirmidhi. أو نصف دينار, or half a dinar. قيل معناه إن كان في أول الحيض فدينار وفي آخره نصفه. وقيل إن كان الدم أسود فدينار وإن كان أصفر فنصفه. وبجميع ذلك ورد الحديث. And with all of that we have hadith as we read in الترمذي. نعم.
ويكفر مستحله لأن حرمته ثبتت بالكتاب والإسلام.
نعم. ويكفر مستحله, a person who believes that it's halal to be intimate with their wife while they're on their cycle, and they do it istihlalan, yakfur, like they are possible to be declared kufr. لأن حرمته ثبتت بالكتاب والإجماع, because the prohibition is established through the Quran and إجماع, and it's قطعي. نعم.
ولا يستمتع بها ما فوق الكتاب في قوله عمر عنهما سألت ما يحب الرجل من امرأته فعل. قال ما فوق الإزار عشرة وأنا قالت يا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يأمرني فأتزر فيباشرني وأنا حائض. وقال محمد رحمه الله يستلم شعار الدم ولو ما سوى لكل سواء يسعى الرجل بامرأته حال كل شيء إلا الجماع. ولما ما روينا من فوق صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو ما فوق الإزار وليس له ما دون، أي أن ويستمتع بما فوق السرة لا بما تحتها. وفيما قال محمد رحمه الله رتع حول الحمى فيمنع الحذر من الوقوع فيه.
نعم. ويستمتع بها ما فوق الإزار, and he can seek pleasure with her, he can seek pleasure from her, ما فوق الإزار, from what's above the waistcloth. And when she's on her cycle, what's prohibited is the act of intercourse itself, but seeking pleasure from above the izar would be jaiz, it is permissible. Why لقول ابن عمر رضي الله عنهما, I asked the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, what is permissible, what is lawful for a man from his wife who's on her cycle? قال ما فوق الإزار. He said explicitly what is from whatever is above the izar. And from Aisha radiallahu anha قالت, the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to instruct me, and I would tie the izar, and he would be intimate with me while I was on my cycle. وقال محمد رحمه الله يجتنب شعار الدم وله ما سوى. Imam Muhammad was more permissive. He said all he has to do is stay away from the place of bleeding, meaning stay away from the private part, and he can seek pleasure from anywhere else. لقوله عليه السلام. Why? Because of the statement of the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم, يصنع الرجل بامرأته الحائض كل شيء إلا الجماع. That a man can do everything with his wife that's on her cycle except for jima', except for the act of intercourse itself. وَلَهُمَا, as for the shaykhan here, مَا رَوَيْنَا, what we just narrated from Aisha and the one before it. وَقَوْلُهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ لَهُ مَا فَوْقَ الْإِزَارِ وَلَيْسَ لَهُ مَا دُونَ. That he can seek pleasure from what's above the waistcloth, not what's beneath it. أي له أن يستمتع بها فوق السرة لا بما تحتها. وفيما قال محمد. And on top of that, what Imam Muhammad says, رَتْعٌ حَوْلَ الْحِمَى. It's like pasturing around the sanctuary. It's like grazing around the sanctuary. And as the hadith says, if you graze around the sanctuary, you're eventually going to fall into it. فَيُمْنَعْ. So he should be prevented from doing so. حَذَرًا مِنَ الْوُقُوعِ فِيهِ. Right, out of caution of not falling into it. نقف هنا إن شاء الله. On Thursday, we'll try to complete this chapter, inshallah. Inshallah. All right, any questions before we end for today? Relatively straightforward. Review. Detailed. وصلى اللهم على نبينا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
عليكم السلام.